love coffee, I love tea. I love the jabber jive and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabber and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Boy.
Crapped out on me.
And whoops, I just pulled the cable out of my headset here. Okay. Hello,
Oh,
ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. And yep, there goes my headset. I've got to get a new headset. I really do.
Diana, DM me
And
your
this is
address.
Coffee with Lavender. I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion. And with me are the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kitty. How you doing, honey?
I'm okay. Been better, been worse. You know, it's
Uh,
fucking hot as hell and just stressed. But Diana, DM me your address. I will send you my old headset. It's not wireless, but it works.
oh, I don't care about wireless, no, but oh, thank you. Seriously, I will do that.
I
And
mean, it's just collecting dust. I actually pulled it out. It's in the box that my current headset came in. I just shoved it in here because this is the one that I have now. It's the wireless HS80
oh, it's a,
from Corsair.
I know them.
But
Yep.
yeah, and my old headset, I can actually pull it out and show you. Like, it works perfectly well,
Oh, look
and
at that, will you?
it's got a detachable mic as well.
Oh,
So,
Nice.
detachable. What do you
yeah,
know?
so
Oh my.
like I said, it works. The only reason I replaced it was because I wanted a wireless one because it's a lot easier than being like tethered to the
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
computer when I'm over here sewing and I want to listen to something or be on a stream.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
if you
lovely.
send me your address, I will send this to
Oh,
you because
Tessu. Tessu very much.
Just
it
looking up,
is
just looking up
collecting
the weather
dust.
in your area, and looks like you actually have hotter weather than I do right now,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Who's that, Kitty or me?
Kitty.
Oh, okay. And that other disembodied voice that you are hearing, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Mage. Hi, honey.
Hello.
Oh, my. And for some reason, Kate's not here. I don't know.
Hmm.
She's hiding. She doesn't like me anymore. I could understand that happening.
Well, like I was saying before the show started, I was doing a lot of stuff in my garden, harvested up a bunch of stuff, and I'm thinking about maybe making a stew out of it.
Oh, mine. That sounds tasty. I like that idea.
Yeah.
We're
Uh,
doing hamburgers and macaroni salad for dinner. Nothing fancy, but fucking delicious.
oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll break out my crock pot, just chop up some beef, throw that in there. I
Now,
got some jicama, some moringa,
Oh,
that
reminds
sounds
me.
ginger.
suggestive.
What, jicama?
Yeah, it sounds like one of those things you have at those special parties, you know.
It's Mexican.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm
Seriously, what is it?
It's the root crop.
Okay.
like kind of, I don't know, it's like between like a radish and like a tapioca root. Like
Oh,
I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Has sort of a watercress as the texture.
oh, okay, okay.
I was looking at recipes and making it into like French fries and all sorts of stuff.
I was just going to ask how you prepared it. Okay.
You can eat it raw too. You don't want the only thing you can eat of it is the root because everything else is poisonous.
Oh, great. Where do you decide to cut it off?
At the base, just remove the entire vine.
Okay, I have to look. Hecima. That's I spelled it horribly. It's not
It's
fun.
spelled with a J.
Okay. Ah. Oh,
So
look at that. WebMD has an article about the health benefits of jicama. Hecama.
I mean, it's not bad. Like, there's a restaurant called Pollo Tropical, and they like jicama is actually one of the sides that you can get. It's like, boiled jicama or whatever, and it's not bad. It's not my favorite, but I can eat it, But then I'm a little bit of a picky eater. But
I'll
speaking
be.
of eaters, I was at Joanne's yesterday because my mom requested my help making a quilt. She
Ah,
did the cross stitch for the central panel, and my uncle committed suicide,
oh,
and
Oh.
years ago. Like, everybody has gone through the grieving process and such, but it was
okay.
basically a suicide awareness cross stitch thing that my mom did, and it's going to be the central panel of the quilt, and then a bunch of his old Hawaiian shirts, which was all he ever wanted to wear.
Oh
I have
no.
them now, so I'm going to be cutting squares out and basically making a quilt for my aunt, out of his old shirts.
So he was a Kent Hovind look-alike, huh?
More like Jimmy Buffett. Like, he was a combination. I I would say of the dude and Jimmy Buffett, but honestly, like, the dude was way too like laid back, and my uncle loved adventure. Like, he traveled the world with my aunt. Like, they
Oh,
decided not to have kids, but they both had six-figure jobs, so like they
oh
had the money to go
wow.
on vacation all the time.
Bucky.
And yeah, right. So yeah, like it would, well, I don't know if she actually made six figures, but she was close. She was like high fives and he was six. So they had the money to be able to go on vacation and, to just live life. They crammed 2 or 3 lifetimes worth of adventure in the one that they had together. So
That's good. That's nice.
yeah, and my mom asked me if I could help by making the quilt, but I need the backing fabric for it, and unfortunately, they didn't have any at Joann's. But when I was
Uh,
there, they have books at Joann's, like sewing books, even tarot books and cookbooks. And I found a cookbook, and it was 30% off, so I had to pick it up.
what you got
Cooking
there?
for Wizards, Warriors, and Dragons.
Oh
It has
my.
recipes inspired by all kinds of like fantasy type things, like
Jeez, that sounds like
cinnamon porridge, blueberry jam and toast, which was inspired by Patricia Reed's Enchanted Forest Chronicles. There's the ladies' first continental breakfast inspired by Anne McCaffrey's Dragon Riders of Pern. The Poppy War Hot and Sour Soup by the Wheel of Time series, Spiced Seafood Stew with Beetroot Chutney by the Progan Earth trilogy, Cheddar Ale Porridge with Wild Mushroom Salad from The Witcher. Like, there's all kinds of really interesting recipes in here. Everything
yeah.
from breakfast to supper and snacks and feasts and soups.
That
Um,
sounds lovely. Absolutely.
like here from the Broken Earth trilogy, Duck in a Pot. It's crispy duck confit with pomegranate ginger sauce. That actually
Oh,
sounds really good.
I love duck. Oh
And
my.
there's
Oh
artwork
yeah.
in the book too. So
Oh
like there's like
wow.
little sketches and drawings in here. And
30% off, you say, huh?
yeah,
Nice, nice.
the list price for this book is $22.99, which is not bad for a hardcover book.
So about 15.
Yeah. So it came out to about $15. And this one, we already have a dish similar to this, but this one has a slight twist. One of my favorite meals for Chris to make is pernil, which is basically it's a roasted pork shoulder. So you get like, the pork shoulder with like the fat and the skin on it, and then
Yep.
you slow cook it so the meat is juicy on the inside, and then you crank up the heat at the end and it gets the skin super crispy, so it's almost like fried like pork rinds,
Okay then, yeah.
so it's got that bacon flavor and it's really crunchy on the outside, but the meat is fall apart tender on the inside and so juicy. It is one of my favorite things, and we'll have that with rice, but this has that recipe for that with rice and plantains, and it sounds interesting. So I'm going to try this
Oh,
variation.
my my friend, the Walmart cashier, was just telling me about plantains yesterday. I've got to try them. Excuse me, please.
Oh, you're fine, honey.
She's from
Better out than in.
There you go. She's from somewhere in Central America, and clues me in on a whole bunch of recipes from that neighborhood. And I've actually got to try this one because it sounds tasty. But
It's from the Forgery of Magic series, which I have not read.
okay.
We need to share some of these recipes.
Oh, for sure.
I got to
Like,
get back to cooking because I'm severely lacking in keeping up my obligations. I've been feeling like shit these last few months, so I really haven't done very much cooking, and I miss it. I want to get back to it. Oh my! Ooh.
roasted fish with garlic yams and caramelized pearl onions.
Tasty. Oh wow. Yeah, that means I have to clean the kitchen. God damn it.
Okay, this one I wouldn't be able to do because I'm allergic, but you might find it interesting, Mage. Fire roasted cantaloupe.
Ooh.
What do? Do you stick a cantaloupe over a flame?
You're allergic to cantaloupe?
Yes, cantaloupe and honeydew.
Huh. Interesting.
I didn't
But
know
you
that was
preheat a
possible.
grill to medium-low heat. You wrap the melon in foil, place it on the grill, cook for 15 to 20 minutes until it's warmed through. Then in a skillet with olive oil over medium-low heat, add the pancetta and cook, stirring often until brown and crispy. Drain on a paper towel. Remove foil from the grill, unwrap the melon, slice in half, and scoop out the seeds. Sprinkle with the pancetta and blue cheese, and drizzle with balsamic.
Ha.
Ooh, then there's a recipe for beef bone broth, or a bone beef broth.
Yeah.
Pork steamed buns from the Poppy War series. I would try these.
Okay.
I love bread and meat, so a filled steamed bun sounds perfect to me.
As just before we went live, we were also talking about the Byzantine honey fritters from Pasting History.
I have to try that one because it looks good. It looks tasty.
Let's see.
Oh.
Then there's a recipe in here for pierogies.
Pierogies, yeah.
Inspired by The Witcher, obviously,
No.
considering that's all fucking Polish folklore.
Does Baba Yaga show up, or is?
No, but there are lots of other creatures from Polish folklore. I've played the games. That was how I spent the beginning part of the pandemic. I got all 3 games on Humble Bundles, so I played through the first one, and then the second one has a branching story where after a certain point, you choose one side or the other, and you're locked out from the other side. So I played through that one twice to get to both endings.
Yeah.
And then I put like 130 hours in The Witcher 3. I did everything in that game. Absolutely everything. All the DLCs, everything.
Oh, my. Yeah, I know Baba Yaga is principally Russian. I just didn't know if anything leaked over into the Polish stuff. But it's interesting how you get the scary characters, the witchy characters. And then there's the Brothers Grimm, who most certainly are.
So here, Geralt's life-saving grilled chicken sando. True to Sapkowski's written works, Geralt's encounters within The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, which is the game, include fights with monsters, soldiers, and even an angry undead fetus. All such encounters, of course, can result in health loss. The most common way to regenerate the Witcher's health is by consuming food, and each food item has a different cost, duration, and regenerative effect associated with it. Your basic apple, for instance, costs just a single coin, but has a pretty big healing effect versus the more expensive and robust mutton stew. One particularly ubiquitous regenerative food is the chicken sandwich, found on the road at inns, within enemy stores, and so on. This simple meal has saved Geralt's life on many a playthrough, making it a vital travel snack for any weary traveler.
All right.
So they give little insights about, each of the dishes, which is really cool. You got the Mordor lava cake, you've got Miles's apple pie, candied rose petals, an obsessive flan, precious
Oh.
lady fingers from The Lord of the Rings, coconut pie from Legacy of Orisha, runaway fruit tarts from Kushiel's Legacy, ambrosia bionicos from Brooklyn Brujas.
You may want to avoid the Game of Thrones meat pies.
What's with that?
Oh yeah, you've never seen Game of Thrones.
That's right.
One of the later seasons, one of the characters decided to go on an assassination spree and fed some people, somebody's kids to him.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I mean, it's basically combination of Tantalus and the original Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, jeez. Okay. The one about necrophilia. Okay.
Well, it would be more like necrophagia, like
Okay.
eating of the dead.
Yeah.
The Asian Sleeping Beauty. Ever hear that one?
I don't
Well,
think so.
the original Sleeping Beauty, not only was she asleep in the tower and then raped by a king, and then the king came back to do it again and found that she had given birth, to twins.
Oh, it was a Japanese folklore similar to Cinderella. And
But and so the king basically was already married, and brought her back, and essentially the wife of the king was not happy and wanted to kill the kids and feed them to the king.
Okay.
when the Cinderella story from Japan, and one of the scenes has the one of the stepsisters or whatnot not being killed and served up to the stepmother.
Oh, no.
The stew, and she doesn't realize she eats the whole stew and then finds a skull at the bottom.
Guess what? Oh, my. Yeah, I don't know how I would feel about eating human flesh. I mean, there's that whole prion thing going on, so.
I mean, I thought that was more if you ate the brain.
Okay. Well, that wouldn't be too
But
bad.
I could be wrong on that one. Don't go, engaging in casual cannibalism,
Yeah.
just in case.
I mean, it would be interesting to know firsthand how human flesh tastes, but
Honestly, I would imagine it would be kind of salty and pork-like, considering pigs are the closest analog to human flesh we have. Tattoo artists practice on pig carcasses,
Hey,
and they use
Kitty?
pig carcasses.
is something on fire?
No, it's my vape.
Okay.
Yeah. Computers, apparently, machines think that we taste like pork.
Okay,
Somebody was they had years ago they were testing out this taste sensor for machines, and one of the people in the lab put their hand on it and it registered as, I think, bacon.
All right.
But yeah, no, my PV, my vape, it can leave excess vapor in the air that dissipates after a short while, but it can be alarming if you're not expecting it.
Okay, because I didn't know if you had an iron going that was left on a piece of fabric. Hey, there you go.
But yeah, no, that's all it is. And like that wouldn't happen with my iron anyway, just
Oh, wait a
because-
minute. You've got the iron that has feet.
Yeah. the extendable feet. So it's one of the reasons I got that iron. It cost me a pretty penny, but safety, added, safety is worth the extra money. It's also just a very solid iron. I love it.
I wonder, iron with automatic feet.
Here, I can show you. I've got the box here.
Oliso. I don't know that company. Oh, I see it over here. Uh-huh. Okay,
it's very expensive, very
they said they want
$100
$100 for it. Yeah.
Yes. I have never spent so much on an iron. The iron I had before was one I got for like 20 or $30 at like Big Lots.
Yeah.
But
that's about how much I spent for a little iron. It's nice little steam iron I got. It's just put like a little salt water in the thing, and you like steam everything.
Yeah. No, I most definitely need an iron with steam because not only do my interfacings, most of them require steam, and it's more convenient to just have an iron that steams a lot than to put a wet cloth on top of the thing that you're ironing.
Yeah.
But also just for getting nice, like crisp seams on things, having a steam iron helps with that too.
I don't really use it all that much since I don't really usually wear stuff that requires ironing.
I haven't had anything that's required ironing for a very long time. I mean, when I wore 3-piece suits to work every day, I definitely did a lot of ironing, but that was 40 years ago.
Do you know what this is? It's a hot ruler. I can iron on this plastic ruler and it doesn't melt.
Okay.
So like if I need to fold over like and it's got markings here on the side at like quarter, half, 3/4, and 1 inch. So if I need to fold over an exact amount, I can set the ruler in, fold the fabric exactly as much as I need, and press it down. And it gets hot, so if you're not careful, you can burn your fingers, but it doesn't melt.
Alrighty then. Now, what are those slanted lines on there?
They're just different measurements for angles. So the slanted lines will give you angled measurements at different degrees. So this top one is 60 degrees, 45 degrees, 30 degrees.
Okay. So nothing special. It's just to give you an angle.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then, it's 2.5 inches wide. But it has special line markings going all the way down, marked off at 1/4, 1/2, 3/4, and 1 inch, all the way to the bottom. So you can easily just set it in there and...
Great for seam allowances, huh?
Exactly. Because if I need, say, 1/4 inch, then I can just set it like this, hold it to the 1/4 inch, and then iron it. And it gives me a decent crease, and then I'll just take the ruler out, fold it down along that crease, and then iron it again with steam, and it'll help hold that crease there nice and neat.
I'd love to.
One of the best $8 I've ever spent.
Wow. But hey, I mean, if it comes in handy and useful
absolutely.
and stuff like that.
I mean, it wasn't super cheap, that's for sure. You would think because it's, flexible and very thin that it would be cheap. It was like 7 and change, round up 8. But again, like having an iron or a ruler that I could set my iron straight on it and it won't melt.
And then there I see the one you were holding from Amazon. Yep, for $8. Inches system hot ironing measuring ruler.
It's super convenient. I definitely recommend it. Sure, $8 is not cheap, but grand scheme of things, it's relatively a small amount, especially since it saves you a lot of hassle of trying to mark all of your things when you're trying to get your seams for hems or what have you, and then have to wash those marks out later because you use chalk. You can just, it's more convenient, and you save time. And if you're making stuff to sell, then time is money. The more time it takes you, the less things you could be making. So, overall, it becomes a worthwhile investment.
And especially if you're going to have that thing for 20 years or whatever the heck,
Yeah, I mean, because it's pretty thin, but again, it's still pretty sturdy. Like, I wouldn't try bending it, like, because I wouldn't want to break it.
Right,
But,
right.
all in all, like, I definitely recommend getting a hot ruler to anyone who wants to pick up sewing. It's a worthwhile investment.
Oh man, I'd love to learn to sew. It's just that I don't have the space to work right now.
It takes a lot of space because
I
you have
I
to
can
store
see.
all of it.
I,
Yeah.
I see all your bobbins there. I mean, what have you got? About 500 bobbins?
Oh, those are all embroidery threads.
Oh yes, yes, I
Because my
know.
machine does embroidery, so I have them up there where they're out of the way. Plus, it's a rainbow of color. It's bright and pretty.
I've
It's
got
nice decoration.
I've got 500,000 skeins of embroidery floss. There's the do you know the Great Wave over? I think it's Kurosawa. There's Fuji in the
I think so.
background and the tsunami with the boats getting tossed all over the place.
I think so.
I've got a cross stitch pattern for that, uh,
Oh, that's cool.
which I'll get started on one of these days if I can hide it from the cat. Uh, and something like 42,000 stitches. But
That is one thing. I just don't have the patience. I got my first cross stitch of a simple thing and I still haven't finished it. I barely started it and I was like, fuck this. I can't.
oh my. I used to do a lot of cross stitch, a lot of.
That's my
But
mom's area. She does the hand sewn cross stitch stuff.
mm-hmm. And then I used to do a good bit of embroidery as well, and that's been a while since I've done any, and I almost forget how to do some of those padded stitches anymore. The where you're laying the floss right next to each other and getting that padded area and that sort of thing. But I think the last time I did any embroidering was about 35 years ago. So it's amazing when you can
I made this
glibly.
one with my machine.
Okay. Oh, that's machine done.
Yeah,
Oh my. So what you?
with a 3D stitch. So it's that kind of padded, puffy
Yeah.
stitch.
Yeah.
Neat.
And then this one was done with a flat stitch.
What do? You program it into the machine
Yep.
somehow? Okay.
Yep. I have software and I will essentially do the designs in the software, then put it on a thumb drive, and then the thumb drive just connects straight into my machine right here.
Damn.
And I have to take this part off and put the cradle on that does the embroidery. But once I do that, then I'm good to go.
Damn.
I don't do as much embroidery as I do other sewing, but
Mm-hmm.
it is nice to have that feature.
Oh my.
But yeah, that's why I have all of those. And then I have a serger here for if I'm like sewing stretch garments,
No, wait a
because a
minute.
serger is just so much easier to work with. Well, like when sewing, because you are sealing off the edges so you don't have fraying. So rather
Ah.
than having to do like felled seams or French seams, you can just serge the edges and they won't fray, and you can cut down your time. And when dealing with stretch fabrics, I love using a serger for it.
All right then. Oh my word! All kinds of stuff you can spend your money on.
Yeah, no, the serger was something I got for myself. The serger and the Cricut machine right next to it, which is a cutting machine. It'll cut like vinyl or fabric, or this one will even cut wood if it's thin enough. It's got to be like less than 1/8 of an inch, but
Okay.
you can make puzzles and stuff like that, or like little like nameplates, that kind of thing. But when we got the Biden bucks, well, technically it was Trump bucks. It was the beginning of the pandemic when we got that first stimulus check. I decided to splurge, and I got the serger, and I got the Cricut machine.
Oh God, I remember those books. I could use a few more of those, but
Yeah.
Couldn't we all?
I was going to PennDOT to get my driver's license picture taken, and my phone started ringing, and I'm outdoors and I could barely hear the person. But unfortunately, it worked out where it was one of the ambulance companies after money from me because of all the ambulance trips I've taken lately. Oh my. Pain in the butt. We really need single payer health care, people.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh, that's something I read just a little while ago, and Circe was talking about it over the last couple of days. I guess the DNC has been funding certain Republican candidates.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Yeah. They were doing it strategically, I guess, to fund candidates who had a very little chance of making it through a general election. But still, I just don't like the
It's going to
sound of it.
backfire spectacularly.
That's what I'm afraid of. Yeah.
It works so great for Hillary.
Yeah.
And she did that. They called up news people and have them, support Trump. Prop up Trump.
Yep. Oh man, it's just, I don't know. I'd like to run away, as I say, but nobody wants me, so.
Do about these people.
I don't know.
Also, on the flip side, they're trying to suppress it's the Green Party. You heard about that one?
No, I hadn't.
I can't remember which state, but apparently one of the candidates for the Green Party actually managed to get enough signatures to get on the ballot, and the Democrat Party in that area started calling up the people around, pretending to be the Green Party, saying, "Oh, well, do you want to take your name off the ballot? Off the signature roster?"
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and this is why they keep losing. I mean, well, there's a lot of reasons, but it is one of the big ones.
Yeah, and then another reason is they keep fielding shitty candidates. Jesus.
Yeah, well, that, or, they're fucking doing their fundraising. Roe v. Wade, was overturned. Send us money so we can get more Dems elected. But then it's like they're supporting an anti-choice Democrat.
Yeah.
Or a progressive that is pro-choice. So, make it make sense.
No, I would have to turn my brain inside out to do that. I just don't know anyway. I give up. It's nice that I've got a lot more life behind me than ahead of me.
Yeah. I'm kind of bummed that it was someone in Illinois and not me, because I could have made life better for a hell of a lot of people if I had won that kind of money.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of buying a ticket, and then I never got around to it. And I wouldn't have won anyway, so.
Not necessarily, because you might have had the same numbers as them.
Yeah, possibly.
And then it would have been a split pot.
And even even at what would it have been, about close to 700 million if you split the pot in half.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had noticed, I had thought that if you took it in one lump, you got a third, but it looked like you got two-thirds.
Yeah.
So,
And if you take it in the annuity, then you get the full big pot amount.
yeah, well, I don't see myself living 30 years. I mean,
Well, and
I'm
that's why,
65, people, you know?
I mean, it's possible, but
I don't know if I'd want to tell you the truth.
yeah, but if you have the money for all the health care that you need, and with that kind of money, like you don't have to worry about being a drain on a system like a socialized country would take you because they would want that money in their banks.
Yeah, true,
Um,
true.
but well, that's why like what I have like a standing agreement if, Michael or I win it, like we're splitting it three ways. Basically me and him and my sister, and one of us will take our part as an annuity, and the others will take the lump sum.
Can you do that?
Yeah, because they're separate people.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're buying separate tickets rather than,
Yeah,
okay,
it's like
okay.
it's basically like a lottery pool. So like the
Yeah, all
people
right.
get, like paid out individually
Okay,
in the lottery pool.
okay.
So and my sister and I would go halvesies on the property, so it'd be in both our names.
All
And
right.
then we'd build the houses that we want on said property. And I would be getting a bunch of, you know, trees planted for my garden, building the greenhouse and all that fun stuff.
Yay.
And having the annuity, you get a bit more money, and it's,
Yeah.
Steady income for 30 years.
Yeah.
Well,
Now,
Um,
if
what
you
would,
spend in 605,150,700 and each do a different number sequence on each one, you'll be 100% in chance of winning.
yeah.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I
So,
remember reading an article. Somebody wrote one of those articles about the Ohio lottery. Of they had, I think, a six-number drawing or
Hmm.
something like that, and if you bought every number at a certain point in the jackpot, if you bought every number, you were assured of winning. The problem was that you couldn't buy the tickets fast enough.
You wouldn't be able to fill them out fast enough either.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, because that many, you would have to have a team of people each, taking up like the lottery counter for like days
yeah,
on end.
yeah. Yeah, I have bought a few lottery tickets, not all that many, and I've won the occasional $5 prize or something like that, but nothing special, nothing significant.
Yeah,
Not even 100.
I won $6 from the Mega Million that I played.
All right.
It's
Ooh.
something.
Yeah.
Didn't quite break even though, at least.
No, because I spent 20. But it was a chance for, a better life for a lot of people. And, I don't, it's like I might, every now and again the mood might strike me where it's like, all right, yeah, just give me a quick pick for the Powerball. It's like $2, every couple of weeks. It's a pittance, it's like
Yeah.
spare change, like I'm tossing at it. But this was one of the few times that I actually put money towards it, and even then nobody's gonna say that spending $20 on lottery is really like crazy.
Now, hopefully, I will be getting my lottery winnings in a couple of weeks or so. I never play, but Pennsylvania has a program where the lottery commission funds what they call a rent rebate. So if you're sufficiently poor, um, you can get a percentage of your rent back funded by the Lottery Commission. So I get about $500 every year. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
It's just that
Better than nothing, and like
yeah.
that's helping those that need the help the most. So like I support it.
I submitted the paperwork just before the deadline, so it's going to be rather late in getting it. They start paying it out the 1st of July, and I might get it next month or maybe September. We'll see what happens.
I'm excited because I've always wanted an Apple Watch, but I've never gotten one. I will be getting one in September. Granted, it won't be the latest model, but my brother-in-law is getting the latest model, and his current one's going to his wife, and her current one, my sister's current one is going to me.
Oh,
So it's like a few models behind, but I don't care because it's an upgrade for me since I don't have one.
hey,
And
what
I'm
the
so
hell, yeah.
excited.
Now, I don't understand. What does an Apple Watch do?
It basically, it connects with your phone so you can, make your calls, check your text messages and some apps and everything like that straight through the watch interface rather than having to dig your phone out of your bag.
Oh, okay, so it's like a Dick Tracy
Yep.
wrist radio or something, right?
Kinda. I mean,
Yeah.
it's one of those things, like, it's not something I have to have, but, like, I'm not going out and buying one,
I thought about getting the Android equivalent at some point.
and it's a convenience item, not a necessity, but definitely a nice to have.
Oh my, I want to see what we've got going over here. Apple Watch Series 8.
That's the one coming out in September that my brother-in-law is gonna be getting, and, I think he has the Series 7 now, which will be going to my sister, and she is, like, the Series 5 or 6, I don't know. But regardless, I don't care.
Well,
It is free to me,
yeah.
and it works, and that's all that matters to me. I don't care that it's not, the latest model because, like, I don't have the money to justify spending on an Apple Watch because it's not a need. It's a want,
Right, and it's not cheap. I see a Series 7 for $344.99.
Yep. I mean, considering an iPhone costs $1,000, I mean,
Yeah. I don't
like
get
I
that.
can't even afford one without the payment plan where they just tack, $20 onto your phone bill.
Yeah.
And then, like, I don't get the latest iPhone. I'm usually like a year or two behind because
Mhm.
I'll have like 18 to 24 months to, where I'm paying off my phone, where I could upgrade earlier, but I like having my old phone as a backup. So the only time I've gotten like the latest phone is if my phone broke and then I needed to just get a new one, and it's like, well, I'll just bite the bullet. But I like to have a backup phone that I can use because it's essentially an iPod Touch at that point. Like with Wi-Fi, you can use your apps, you can browse the internet. I can use it to have the camera app open, so when my son's playing in the backyard, I can be keeping an eye on him,
Uh-huh.
that
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
And it's
I like to buy cheap throwaway phones just to have for extra apps or whatnot.
It was hard enough for me to replace. I had an Android where the battery started going and it burst the case. I'm gonna have to throw it out eventually. I don't want it setting itself on fire on my desk here. But I replaced it with another Android. But that was the first one was $80, which yeah, I was so happy to get something that cheap. The replacement was like $250.
Yeah,
It
they
was hard,
jacked up the price quite a bit.
yeah, it was hard enough for me to do that. But at this point, I never thought I'd have this, but it was I cannot see myself without a smartphone.
Yeah, no, honestly, in this day and age, like everybody needs to have a smartphone because if you don't have a computer, and a computer is even more of, an investment and it's a little more specialized, but even homeless people need smartphones
Yeah,
because when you think about it, like finding shelters, finding food programs, finding work,
Yeah. Yeah.
like all of those things. Like a lot of places you can't even like pay your bills. Like you can't just go and drop it off anymore. Like it's all done, online. Or if
Yeah.
you try to call them and do it over the phone, they charge you a surcharge to do that.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. I even pay my rent online. Um, so everything I do now, I actually bought a can of pop with pictures of dead presidents a few days ago, and it was the first time I'd used that in, oh God, a couple of years, because I don't even carry cash with me anymore.
Yeah, very rarely do I carry cash. Every now and again, I'll be like, all right, let me, take out 10 or 20 bucks just to have a little bit of cash because you
Yeah,
never know.
yeah,
Sometimes it's good, but I mean, if you lose your wallet, if you have cash in it, you're fucked. You're not getting that back. But with at least cards, you can, cancel the cards and it's a hassle, but at least you don't lose your money.
yeah.
Yeah, I like to
Hi,
keep a little
Minnow.
bit of cash on hand just in case. But
You didn't miss all that much. We're just sitting here talking about sewing machines and hot rulers and what else are we talking about?
Healthcare,
Yeah,
lottery.
there you go. Yeah, some. I just hope that that person in Illinois doesn't destroy himself or herself or whatever the way some people do. When they come into a lot of money, they end up in worse shape than they were in before they won it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I have a plan for if I ever win, a stupid amount of money
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because I I want that, I want the money so that I can have it tied up where it's mostly, tied up in low risk stocks and bonds
yeah,
and CDs because it's like I don't care if I can't touch the money for 18, 24 months and you can
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
decent interest rate
hmm
on CDs for like a longer duration and it's like but and then at the end all of that interest would go into an account and then that initial would get reinvested and it would just keep dumping money into
yeah,
an account
Yeah.
and I wouldn't be touching the principal.
yeah. I could live off of $1 million in a CD.
Depending on your rate, yeah. I mean, if you got a 5% CD, you might be able to do it. Yeah.
And so that's the thing, I would have the initial like spending spree where I'm buying the property and building and everything, but once everything's situated, the money that's left is going to be locked away from me. I'll leave a little bit in an account that is kind of like an oh shit money, so I never have to touch the rest of the principal.
Yeah.
And that's it. Then, the money, would get dumped into a specific account and that would be my money to live off of.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
if, towards the end of the year, if that is getting kind of low, then it's like, well, time to tighten the belt, and then wait until
Mm,
like it gets replenished again.
That's most
Wait a minute.
basically what
No,
I would
that's
do
not.
too. I Well, first of all, I'd start off with buying all the stuff I've been wanting to get. The plot of land for farming and so whatnot. And whatever's left over, that would just go into the CD and not get
Yeah.
touched.
Because like that's the biggest thing is if you have the money, you're tempted to spend it. But if you lock it
Right.
away,
Right.
then you can't. And if you lock it in a way that you're getting interest on it, then that's the money that you have to live off of is whatever the interest payments are.
Yes.
Beyond that, you'll have to like get a job or do something,
Mm.
you know.
Yeah, so I'd just take care of that checklist first and then
Yeah.
deal with it.
Yeah. My
Exactly.
my original plan was to invest in government securities. The thing is, I don't know if I trust the U.S. to be around long enough to pay it off. The U.S. notes or U.S. bonds.
You can come in, I suppose.
Yeah, Minnow, come on in. Be my guest. More the merrier. Tässä te Petraje Gerevadotoje.
And that is the motto of people who like reverse harem romances. Hashtag why not both? Hashtag the more the merrier, you know?
There
Female
you go.
protagonist with 6 guys absolutely devoted to her.
Uh-huh.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, single girl with 6 girls devoted to her. I'll take it.
That works too. And, you know, there are some
Any
reverse
combination?
harem
Right.
romances that you'll have bisexual people in it as well. It's just the traditional, like, cishet white chick, you know, or cishet, you know, woman, I should say.
Yeah.
Like, romances, they tend to prefer, you know, one female and multiple males all dedicated and devoted to that female.
Yeah, I know of what's the word I'm looking for? Cultures that actually do that. Hi, honey. How you doing?
See?
Hey, reverse, like, supernatural reverse harems are one of my favorite romance books to read. You got vampires, demons, werewolves, all the fun stuff.
Oh my
Yeah,
word.
the supernatural harem stuff ain't bad.
I maybe wouldn't mind that. I kind of got like turned off of romance in general. Somebody suggested that I read a Colleen Hoover book a few months ago when I was like going through some shit, and I was just like, okay, no hetero romance ever again. But
A lot of these isekais are basically male power fantasies, which I get into. I know they're totally shallow and all that, but I still get into them.
No.
I, as a writer, like I don't have a problem with other writers writing like maybe quote unquote problematic situations. Not to say that like the reverse harem situation is like problematic necessarily, but like even like when there's like certain fantasies that people are into that's like that like maybe would not be like that would maybe be concerning IRL. Like if you're getting that like fantasy life out like in literature and therefore like you then have healthy relationships IRL, then cool, like awesome.
Yes, there is difference between fantasy and reality.
Oh yeah,
Exactly,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like when you got your like CNC stuff, you know,
CNC.
consensual non-consent.
Oh, okay. Now I never understood how that worked because I just don't understand how someone could
words.
partition it. My thought is that you know that this is a game, so it's really not the same thing as a non-consensual thing.
Yes.
But I don't know if you can manage it. I guess it's good. You know, whatever.
I mean, CNC's not my thing, but, you know, I mean, as long as, you know, there are safeguards in place, you have safe words so that, you know, if it gets to be too much for either party, like, you know, it can stop so that it doesn't go from something consensual to something not consensual.
Right,
you know,
right.
Absolutely.
but you know, again, not my thing, but I'm not going to judge someone if that's what, you know, they want, because again, like, I don't care what people get involved in their bedrooms, so long as everybody's a consenting adult. Like, go for it, have fun.
That's one of the writing jobs that I had a few years back was for writing romance, and I like co-wrote, like I buddy wrote with another author under, like both of us under the name of an author bloom. And I just like, as somebody who's like demisexual, like I didn't feel like I was really great at writing the sex scenes, but she is like a very sexual person. So like I would write like the story basically, and then like she would write the sex scenes to insert into it, and it worked out really well because we both respected each other's writing. And even though like I was looking at it from a literary perspective and she was looking at it from a like, is this hot and steamy perspective, like, we were both able to like respect each other and work together, and it was a really, really good writing experience for me.
Nice.
Even though like it's not one of those things where I tell people like that nom de plume and say, "Oh yeah, go read that. I wrote that." No, but it was a really good writing.
I would
experience.
actually consider reading it to see what your writing
No.
style is like.
No. But I am working on a sci-fi anthology of short stories, so I think that I am actually going to put like this, like my name's Savage Minnow on it as the author. So.
Oh well, I might have to look for that.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna use a pen name if I ever get anything published.
I have a few different ones for different genres. I know a few different authors who are like that. That it's like when they write in this genre, it's this, and I'm not like Stephen King, where I have to like have a nom de plume for like my own genre because I'm. Are you guys familiar with he writes so much shit. He's such a prolific author that his like agents were like, no, we can't publish any more Stephen King novels. So he gave himself a nom de plume.
Yeah, Bachman or something.
Something like that. To like put out his like less ones that he was less proud of. Like whatever. So that he wasn't like flooding the market with Stephen King novels.
Like that man is interesting. Like I'd love to meet him someday, you know.
I would
like,
too. Yeah, I'd like to have a cup of coffee with him or a beer. I run hot and cold on the stuff he writes because maybe I'm reading all the wrong stuff. But
he apparently lives down in my neck of the woods.
Oh, I thought he was in Maine for some reason.
I know he lived in Maine for a long time.
But the stuff I've read anyway, he seems to insert incestuous sex scenes randomly, and it's like, what is this doing here?
That, and like he really, really loves boobs, but not like in an appreciative way, like honk honk, like I like.
Okay.
Like that kind of loves boobs, right? Like
yeah, definitely a lot of boobus shit.
He's like, I just want to motorboat him.
But you know what? He knows what he likes, and I'm not gonna begrudge him it. You know.
Yep.
Like.
Yeah, I find in my writings I tend to put creepy kids in my stuff quite a lot.
I love creepy kids. Creepy kids is like one of my very favorite things in a novel. Like especially like a thriller or suspense novel. I'm like, oh, creepy kid, you're my favorite. Like
I'll never tell.
This book, terrible book. But there's a creepy kid in it, and I love the creepy kid. This, of all the books that I regret reading this book the most.
Okay.
I think the original creepy kid, like for me, from books that I read that really kind of got me hooked on it, was Charles Wallace after he was possessed by the thing in A Wrinkle in Time. Yeah. Like, just like, because like you could tell like the kid's lost all agency. He's just become part of this like fucking like eldritch terror abomination that has everything uniform and sameness, and
he's become an appendage of the organism. Yeah,
he's a mouthpiece for the organism. And like that was like the original like, man, there's like, this is a good creepy kid, you know. Because he didn't start out creepy. Like he's the annoying younger brother, and it's like if you have younger siblings, like even if it's not a brother, you get that, and it's like it's endearing. It's like, yeah, okay, he's obnoxious, but whatever. Like he's the brother. Nothing's gonna happen to the little kid, and then oh shit, something happened to the kid, and now he's creepy kid, and like I love that. Also, the dead girls from The Shining, you know, the twins.
Yes.
Like another like just like perfect.
I also feel like Twins is another one that like adds a layer of creepiness, and the fact that Charles Wallace is always called Charles Wallace throughout the entire book. He's never called Charles. He's never called Charlie or anything like that. That he's always Charles Wallace. Like when it is like a full name like that, it's also like another creepy level.
It just feels unnatural and uncomfortable because you would think like, okay, you know, Charles Wallace is the name, like, but you would think like the family would call him like Charles or Charlie. Like
there's like no like comfiness to the
Yeah,
name.
exactly.
There's no, it's like such a,
and
yeah.
it doesn't even like flow all that well. Like
No.
there's an awkwardness to it.
Yeah, I feel like I've just like read Wrinkle in Time and like talked about it so many times that like as soon as you said Charles Wallace, like I knew what you're talking about.
You knew exactly.
But like, you're right. Like the first time you read it, you're like, Charles Wallace?
Like why? Like, do you hate the kid? What? Like, and like he was already a bit of a creepy kid. Like he was the annoying younger brother, but he was too smart for his own good, and just something was a little off with him from the very beginning.
Yes, he had like ESP a little bit, but like not like you could, because remember it was like it was
that's
stormy,
why the thing
and
like,
then it was like they went downstairs and he already knew that they were gonna want hot chocolate.
Yeah,
like
if I don't do the creepy kid, I'll usually have at least something happening to a kid that's just disturbing to me.
I don't like when disturbing things just happen to the kids. That was part of the problem with that book. But like, okay, I that does add to the creepy factor. It's whenever like kids or animals get harmed, it's like I think it's just like a trigger for me.
Oh,
it's
that
like
movie.
when it's somebody that's like can't defend themselves. I don't know.
That
movie
helplessness that makes it disturbing.
Yeah.
What's the actor who plays Spider-Man? Tom Holland. That movie that recently came out with Tom Holland in it, where the men, like their thoughts like are projected outside of them, and like it was based on a book series, and like, you know, he had like a telekinetic or telepathic connection to like a dog or something, and then they they killed the dog, and it's like, why you do that? Like the dog.
At first I was like, this sounds like something I want to read, and then I'm like, nope, never mind.
No, but it's so weird because like there are no women, and so like the women that are kept in a separate like town.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, you.
They're kept separate from the men.
Me and my dad got into this thing. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah.
That's kind of creepy.
Oh my.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the.
Oh geez, what happened over here? My headset is acting up.
So what did I miss?
Get in touch with Kitty to see if you can get that headset sent to you.
Yeah, no, just send me your address and I'll mail it out.
Oh,
what have I missed?
Not too much. We've just been talking about creepy kids right now.
Oh. I
okay, there it goes.
Could name a few names, but I don't think we're talking about people we know, are we?
No, just fictional story writing.
There we go. Oh my.
I actually saw a debate. I did not participate in it, but I saw a debate about whether or not Chucky qualified as a kid. I mean, sure, the doll is a kid, but it's infested by the like an adult supervillain killer.
Yeah, I don't think I would qualify Chucky as a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Did we go through Pet Cemetery then?
Mom NATO, hi.
We haven't covered Pet Cemetery, but we were talking about Stephen King, so.
Well, because in Pet Cemetery, doesn't the dead son come back as
Yeah, it wasn't named Gage.
Yeah. Which I always thought was kind of weird, just because my dentist when I was a kid was Dr. Gage.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, honey.
How are you guys?
Hey.
Sorry, I'm late getting in.
Oh, we got just about a full house here now.
I'm jealous of guys' coffee. Mine's broken.
So, Minnow, I found it. The name of the movie is called Chaos Walking.
I don't think I want to watch this.
It's weird. But okay, so in Prenticetown, Todd has been brought up to believe that the spackle released a germ that killed all the women and unleashed noise on the remaining men, which means their thoughts are projected outside of their heads. After discovering a patch of silence out in the swamp, his surrogate parents immediately tell him he has to run, leaving him with only a map of New World, a message, and many unanswered questions. He soon discovers the source of the silence, a girl named Viola.
No, I couldn't possibly have understood that. Did you say the spackle, like in the houses?
That's
the
what I thought
spackle.
she
It's like an alien race,
And I'm thinking of like Holy Spackle, like
right?
That's the first thing I
Tiger
thought
Spackle
of.
Men.
Yeah.
Okay, now
I'm like she would.
Minnow, do you ever watch Amanda the Jedi on YouTube?
Yes.
She did a video on chaos walking, so if you don't want to watch the actual movie,
That
watch
sounds
her
like
video on
something
it.
I would watch.
So
Okay.
go, like, it was a couple months
I'm
back.
gonna go look for that right now and put it on my to be watched.
Yeah, so that way you don't have to sit through the whole movie, but you can get the gist of it, because like it was weird. It was really weird.
Is this the movie that has that blonde in it?
Blonde.
Yeah.
Well, that narrows
That
it
could be
down.
anybody.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
Daisy
much.
Ridley.
There's this movie, I don't remember the name of it, where this girl, these guys, they project their thoughts.
Yes,
and
that's the movie. It's Daisy
really
Ridley,
nice.
but she's blonde, and Tom
Yeah,
Holland.
okay.
So Spider-Man
Yeah.
and Ray Skywalker.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
I'm
I don't
so
know.
glad
That
that
sounds
Amanda
like
the Jedi did a video on it.
weirdest
Yeah.
movie out there.
And here I am liking this
So-
boring stuff like Kurt Vonnegut.
This is why I love
Fun, I
like
get.
seriously though, like Amanda the Jedi like loves like horror stuff and like
Same.
stuff that's a little bit like too creepy for me. And I love like watching her videos on stuff where it's like, okay, not gonna watch that. Or Newbie is another one. Newbee. He does video or movie reviews, and a lot of them are like horror creepy movies that are like a little bit too creepy for me, and it's just like
Oh, like, what was the name of it? The one that it had the guy who plays Bucky in the MCU, and he's like a cannibal. Amanda covered that one too.
No.
I think it's called like Fresh or something like that. I don't know, but he's dead
Color
ass
Out
a
of
cannibal.
Space Color Out of Space wasn't bad.
like Newbie
Oh, it's for
covered the
Nicolas Cage.
Centipede series, and I was just like,
Yeah, they did a 2019 version of Color Out of Space with Nick Cage.
Nicolas
wasn't-
Cage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that wasn't
Nicolas
that bad.
Cage is perfect for fucking eldritch horror abomination, like Lovecraft
Yeah.
stuff.
I usually don't like Nick Cage, but he
I
wasn't bad in that one.
I
reading
love
that kind
Nick
of shit.
Cage.
I
You know,
can't watch it for some reason.
I really need to see Raising Arizona again. It's been a very long time, but I loved him playing Big Daddy in Kick-Ass.
Yeah, he was good in that too.
But here's the thing. I will always have the utmost respect for Nick Cage because he took on a stage name so that he wouldn't get preferential treatment because he's related to the Coppolas. He wanted to become an actor and earn it himself. So Nicolas Cage is not his name. He's actually a Coppola.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I feel like he probably still got a little bit of preferential treatment.
Maybe,
though.
but not as much.
Yeah.
What about
Certain
Emilio
people would have had
Estevez,
to have
though?
known, yeah.
Like, what about Emilio Estevez? Because Estevez is the family's original name. Like Charlie Sheen and Martin Sheen, those are both stage names.
Right,
Mhm.
right.
Right. But most people know them as Martin Sheen and Charlie Sheen. They don't think about Emilio Estevez being related to them.
Well, I do, but I mean,
Well, most people who
yeah.
know about Emilio Estevez know that he's
I don't know. I mean,
technically the Sheens are
well,
Estevez.
but
his family.
But after the movie Men at Work, which had both of them in it, I think people made the connection. Mind you, that was also the 90s, so
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, honestly, the one that bothers me a little bit, though, is I first encountered Joaquin Phoenix as Leaf Phoenix in Space Camp.
Mm.
You know, and I was never really, like, I keep forgetting which is which. The family either gave the kids all their names, but then they took the names like River and Leaf and all of those, or they were River and Leaf and all of those and then took the other. I forget which is which. I forget which order it was in.
Okay.
Yeah, like, because I know, like, River Phoenix died, like, years ago.
Mhm.
Yeah, like early to mid 90s.
Oh, and
Yeah, it
that's
was years
another
ago.
one. Like, I feel like Keanu Reeves. He is like such a like amazingly kind, decent human being, and he's been through so much shit, you know, like
Mhm.
loss of pregnancy, loss of fiance or wife. Like he has had so much heartbreak, but he's still just like a very chill, laid back, like personable guy.
And he gives a shit ton to charity.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
that too.
Adam Sandler is another one like that he gives a lot, and gives a lot of his time, not just like, oh, here's millions towards this, but like will just like impromptu like do stuff. Like I've heard some stories about like when he was on the set of this and it was like, oh, there's a children's hospital that's like only a few miles away from here. Well, like I'm done with shooting for the day. Like who wants to go down to the children's hospital and like go say hi to like all of the kids? Like not even like a publicity thing, not cameras, just like let's
go do that. Johnny Depp
Yeah.
would do that kind of stuff too, like
Mhm.
in full Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack
Yeah.
Sparrow.
Mhm.
And like I
Yeah.
have a lot of respect for people that are willing to take, you know, the time to try to make life or at least the day a little bit better for somebody, you know, especially sick kids.
Well, hopefully, Depp will recover from his recent divorce trial with that.
Oh,
What's her
that.
name? Amber.
Amber
I
Heard.
think it,
Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to ignore that one.
I am so
Yeah,
disappointed
well-
that I even know those names.
yeah. Well, but he has been put through so much shit by this woman, and I'm
They
sure
put
Literally.
each other through a lot.
Literally.
literally, yeah, literally.
What? You threw feces at him or something?
Something
She
like
shit in
that.
his bed.
She
Yeah.
took a shit in his
Literally.
Oh,
Literally.
great.
Yeah.
But I also,
Um,
I've also heard that it might not have been exactly her, but rather the dog or something.
No, she
along
tried to
those
blame
lines.
the dog, but
Or-
like
okay,
they
that
have
was it.
tiny
Blame the
little
dog.
teacup like Yorkies. Like
Ah,
Yeah.
no,
the
that's
poop
not
was
gonna-
bigger than the dog.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Poop was bigger than the dog could shit. Yeah.
Oh, my.
I think it might have been
Oh.
bigger than the dog, period, let alone
I don't think
bigger
it was
than the dog.
actually
could
bigger
shit.
than the dog, period, because I think we've all
Yeah,
seen
you-
the dogs.
Yeah, I
They were
didn't follow.
the same dogs that
yeah.
like they got in trouble for because she just like took them to Australia.
Yeah, I didn't
Like,
follow it
right.
too
Oh,
closely, but what I
no.
did see, I definitely saw that she was lying her ass off.
She had to pay
Yeah.
some sort of fine for that or something?
They made them do this video that was like an apology video that was like
Mhm.
a public service announcement type thing. They look like they're being held hostage at gunpoint. It's like absolutely ridiculous. And they're like, we're sorry that we brought Bo and I forget their other dog's name. But it's like,
Well, and Johnny didn't want to bring the dogs.
no, he
This was-
he left first and he was
Right.
in Australia.
Right.
And then she came
With
with
the
the
dogs.
dogs and didn't get there. All you need
It
is
was
you
for
need
quarantine.
to take them. You need to take them to the vet, get their paperwork that like they are up to date on their shots, and then they have to be
Mm-hmm.
quarantined for like at that point in time it was actually a relatively short time. This was
15
like
days.
COVID and everything. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
like they just had to be, and it's not even that they had to be like quarantined in a facility. You just had to sign a thing saying like we're not going to let them around any other dogs or like
Right.
like we're going to keep them in our house and
We're
or
gonna
yard.
keep them in isolation, whatever, until the 15 days is over, and then
Right. It's not like they had to like surrender their dogs or anything.
Right.
It wasn't like, but they didn't do that. They just didn't do the paperwork. She thought that she could just show up with the dogs and have the dogs on set running around with the other dogs who had finished their quarantine and
Mhm.
all of like the animals on set and everything else.
Right.
That's a bad idea.
And like Johnny's
She-
working. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming that he probably wasn't even like aware that this was even going on.
Right. Well, she had rich bitch syndrome.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
My
Mhm.
husband's the star of the film. I can just
I
bring
can
his
do
dogs.
whatever I want. Yeah.
See, and like Star, all of that, it's bad enough as it is, but thinking that you have all this privilege because of your spouse is so much worse.
Right.
Yes.
Well, and she seems like an obnoxious cunt
Mm.
to begin with, and I don't use that term very often. I
Yeah.
dislike that term, but she just seems like, oh my god, such a cunt.
I've spent way too much time around British people to be
Uh,
bothered by that word.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
obviously,
Twat.
I'm
I'm kind of bothered by it, but I get it, and I
Yeah.
understand its usage in this instance.
couldn't
Yeah.
spend
Well,
much
and
time in
I
Well,
Australia.
I suppose it helps that I was exposed to George Carlin's 7 Words You Can't Say on television really early.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
right.
same, but like,
she's obnoxious. She's self-entitled.
Yeah, I was gonna say entitled, but
And she is she's got this superiority complex out the wazoo that because she had money, that she's better than everybody else and everybody else needs to do exactly what she says, or else because she's got the money and we're all just little
Plebs.
pissy ants
Peons.
to be
well,
walked
you
all
know
over.
how
Perfectly
being with
well
Johnny
that
Depp
I'm
was,
the
it
one
wasn't
that's
just
better than
money,
everybody
power.
else.
and I watched the trial, and
Oh, God.
like when she
I did
first
too.
came out with her thing, I believed her because I had no reason not to,
Right.
And then, it was one of those things, I didn't really think much of it. But then watching the trial, hearing the testimony, like hearing the voice recordings of things that she said, like it was
Mhm.
triggering for me because I survived domestic violence. And
Right.
that, that honeyed venom mocking tone she took with him, that really reminded me of my abusive ex. And
Okay. Yeah.
just like do I believe that it was a toxic relationship? Yes. Do I
Yes.
believe that he may have acted out at times? Also, yes.
Everybody
But I
does.
do believe that she initiated the violence against him, she initiated the abuse against him, and anything, it's like if you keep beating a dog and backing it into a corner, eventually it's going to bite. And so anything he did, because he never had a history of domestic violence. All of his previous girlfriends and partners have said that's never been him. So you take that into consideration, the fact that she's on tape admitting to abusing him and using that mocking, belittling tone, like I believe he is the victim and she is the perpetrator.
Well, and see, that's the thing is that it's
I think that they're
taken.
both victims and both perpetrators, but she's the primary perpetrator, is what I would say.
But it's taken a lot of years for men to be able to, I mean, generally, most often, not always, when it comes to domestic violence from in the past, it's always been the woman who's been claiming that the man is abusing her. And men were never believed when they claimed their wives were abusing them. It's a reverse discrimination in a way.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that it would be discrimination per se, but it was hard for people to believe that a man could be abused by a woman, because a man is supposed to be strong and burly and be able to
straight up discrimination.
In some ways, it sounds
well,
horrible.
it is, but I'm not sure
It's
how
a
to
double
explain it.
standard.
Double
It's a double
standard.
standard.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because I mean, and it's only in recent times that people have said, "Oh yes, a man can be abused by his wife, his partner, whatever, and be just as a victim as a woman can."
Yeah, it sounds horrible sometimes to me, but in a way, the expectation upon the male to not strike out or anything like that, to hold back, can actually, in its own way, be worse than getting struck, getting, beat on physically and everything else.
Well, and
feeling like you have no recourse.
You just
take it. Exactly. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who you are, male, female, emotional and verbal and mental abuse, it hurts just as much as a blow.
Yeah.
And it's harder to prove.
Yeah.
In some ways it can hurt even more, because it's like there are people that honestly, when my ex got physical, that was less traumatizing than the
Right.
other types of things that he would do because I could take the punch, you know?
Right.
It's yeah, I got a split lip or whatever, but you know, like the pain from that like
Mhm.
went away a lot faster
Yeah.
than
Yeah.
the other.
Yeah. Oh, I understand entirely. I wasn't a victim of uh, domestic abuse by a partner, but I spent a lot of years being mentally and emotionally abused by a parent.
Yeah. Huh. Yep.
So
Yeah,
I understand,
same.
and I would much rather have been hit than the years that I went through being told just I was a terrible person,
Right.
You're
Right.
horrible, nobody wants you, you'll
Nobody
never
wants
amount
you.
to anything.
Yep,
You're a waste of space.
Yeah,
yep,
You're
that's a
lucky
lot of
that
it
I'm taking
is.
care of you because
yep.
nobody else would.
Exactly, all those things.
That's what
Um,
my
Why
ex
can't?
was
Yeah,
Besides,
saying.
the Klingon Empire is a waste of space.
I
Yeah.
mean, I got called every dirty word in the book, and um, no one will ever want you. You can't do anything right. Why don't
And
you
that's
just lay
something
down
that's
and die?
you can't, go to your teachers and say, like my parents are like hurting me by like the things that they're
Right.
saying to me. That's just like mean, But like kids that get smacked and come to school with a black eye, like that gets
Right,
reported.
exactly. And this was back in, I graduated high school in '89. So, this all happened between the time I was 9 and 18. So back then, they didn't believe too much in mental and emotional trauma
Right.
abuse.
Right.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Well,
they didn't believe in that even when I was a kid. Like that
Hell,
was
they didn't even believe spanking was a form of abuse. Like
Oh,
Right.
it was
that's something
just
that
par
bothers
for
the
the
hell out
course.
of me. I'm in all these
Yeah.
80s groups, like 1980s fan groups, and there's a lot of people now who love the fact that they got spanked. There's all these memes where it's like, yeah, my parents spanked me and I turned out fine. I'm
I
like,
hate that argument.
that's so
Okay.
awful. No,
It's like, no, you
I mean,
didn't.
even if you turned out fine, it wasn't because of the fucking spanking.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were lucky to
Yeah,
turn out
exactly.
fine.
My mom spanked me until I was 16. The last time she did it, I just laid there and I looked at her and she's like, this isn't, I was like, are you done yet?
I mean,
Well,
that's like the
the
argument
even
that
better,
like,
though.
oh my god, like look how many millions of people were around before like they discovered vaccines.
Yeah, I
Like what did
remember.
people do before there were vaccines?
But
Well,
you
they
know what would have
died,
been
They
even
Karen.
better,
died
A lot
though?
of
at
people
like
died.
30.
Like,
It would have been so
Oh.
much better though to like turn to your mom and go, yeah, more.
No,
Yeah.
I asked her,
Goodness,
are
Yeah,
you
wow.
done yet? And she's like, I guess this isn't working
Oh,
anymore. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
I was
no,
back
it hasn't
then.
worked for years, Mom.
Yeah, I remember I was at this
I was
this one
back
house's sleepover, and the mother was like, oh, what you spank that? What you spank you? And he was pointing to me like, fine, I'll hit back though.
Oh no, see my dad did the psychological, then he like decided to like fuck with me psychologically and would spank my brother when I was in trouble.
Oh, that sick
my.
fucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's how to hurt you because you don't want your brother to be paying for
Right.
your crimes, so to speak.
Basically. And then I had to deal with my brother being mad at me for not behaving, and like, and I was an autistic kid. I was a neurodivergent kid. Like I couldn't, like when you're saying you may as well have been telling me go climb Everest or I'm gonna beat your brother. Like that was like, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
like
so-
Tornado trying to get him to clean his room or
That was literally the exact instance that I was thinking of was not keeping my room clean.
My parents
See,
gave
and that's
up
the
on
thing
making
is
me clean my room a long ass time ago.
Tornado's 26 and I still have to go in and help him clean his room or it will not get cleaned because it's not that he doesn't want to do it, it's just he doesn't.
I'm just glad that you do it in a kind and loving way so that like it sounds like he's still okay with you doing that, because I'm literally at 36. It is weird for me, for my mom to like see my things and touch my things that aren't in the right place because I have
Oh,
trauma related to them taking
Well-
all of my things that are on the floor and throwing them in the trash.
Oh,
or,
no,
like,
Well, I mean,
never-
that's the thing is
those
like,
types of things. Yeah, like
well, that's
so,
one of the things
for
my
me, it's,
mother.
like when it comes to cleaning up and things like that, it's not a matter of being sloppy. It's not a matter of not wanting to. It's just a matter of not giving a damn.
Yeah, well, with
Oh, no, I
Tornado,
get
it's not
it,
that.
but I still live like this.
He,
I
yeah.
fucking hate it. I fucking hate it, but I still live like that.
it goes. He'll say, "Okay, Mom, give me a minute to do this," and he'll get distracted by what he's doing, and he forgets, or he's like, "Okay, Mom, I'll do it right after I eat," and then he eats, and then he forgets, and it's like,
It's literally on my to-do list, and then like I
Right.
saw that Diana was on, and I was like, oh,
Yeah,
like
okay.
Diana for a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
my ex used to get all mad at me and everything else. She'd ask me to do something, and I would immediately turn from what I was doing to do what she asked me to do because I knew that if I didn't, I'd forget.
right.
And she's pissed off at me because I turned away to do it. But if I had finished up and then forgotten to do that, she'd get pissed off at me too. So it was
Yeah,
like
it's like damned if you do, damned if you
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, you gotta find a
And-
balance in a
and-
partner that respects that. Yeah.
It's like I cleaned his room while he was watching my mom's house overnight. So I went through and I picked up 95% of his room. And
Okay.
when he came home, I was like, okay, I want you to do the rest of the room, which is like 5% of the room, sometime within the next 2 weeks. And of course, because I didn't say I want you to do it now,
Yeah, that's
He
not going to
forgot.
happen.
but he's genuinely tried to keep it mostly neat, so I'm not going to complain.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it's
But-
probably just something he has trouble focusing on.
Well, he's ADHD, autistic with Asperger's syndrome and conduct disorders. So, he's got all these things. He's borderline germaphobe now since COVID.
And a
Oh
partridge
my
in a
God.
pear tree.
Yeah.
I'm not too bad about being a germaphobe now. I was for a long time. I still am probably compared to my friends, but I'm not too bad. I autism, ADHD, depression, anxiety mix. So
Mhm.
that's
Well, he's
He's
always had
got a few of those.
germaphobe
High five.
issues, but he wasn't really bad about it until we moved to Florida, and it's a coping mechanism with his autism. Because he did the same thing when we moved from our original home on Tuck's place to the trailer court in Sieges for like 6 months. He was constantly worried about germs. And then we made the big move to Florida. And
Okay.
oh my God, the entire first year we were here in Florida, he would go outside and he would walk on the sidewalk, nowhere near roadkill, but there'd be a dead animal in the street that he's not even getting near. And he was like, "Oh my God, Mom! Oh my God! I got near this roadkill. Is it going to make me sick?" And it's like, no.
Oh, I've been on sidewalks with dead
God.
squirrels.
He'd
On the
hate
sidewalk.
my
it.
asthma does not exist.
He'd hate it over here because every other day I see a dead deer
Well, it
on
was-
30.
Well, but what you also have, and then of course there's, oh my gosh, Mom, I went swimming and got water up my nose.
Oh, please.
Do I have to worry about the brain-eating amoeba?
Yeah.
Oh, honey,
No,
you've
there
got
is
to
a shit ton of
inhale
chlorine
that
in
shit.
that shit.
Oh.
Right, but this is what was going through his brain.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had finally chilled out about that, and it had taken a year and a half to get over it. And then all of a sudden, a year and a half after that, we have COVID.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
not fun.
And
Not
now-
fun.
Wear
What's
your
the deal?
mask, Mom. Remember social distancing, Mom. Take your hand sanitizer, Mom. Don't get too close to people, Mom.
Oh, you think
um,
that's bad? What happened to
and-
me once is really bad. We'll probably send him off a cliff. We
Mhm.
went on this. It was a little like a field trip up summer camp field trip. I got off this trolley. I had taken off my shoes, because it was kind of hot and all that. I was just standing there, I looked down. And I thought it was like the old dirty rug. It was a
Oh.
flattened cat.
Oh no!
It turns out it was the place that we were going to. I was getting over here. I went into indoors. I was sitting indoors, cooling off, and talking to the people who worked there. It was like a little family place, and it turns out it was their cat.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh!
We were
But,
wondering where Fluffy was.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're missing the cat for like a few weeks.
Oh jeez.
Well, and
That's sad.
it's just
Ugh.
anytime he brings anything into the house, like groceries, he has to
Don't
wash
write
his
it
hands as
down.
soon as he finishes bringing the bags in, and then he'll help me unpack the groceries, and then he
Okay.
has to go wash his hands again. And it's just like this. I've gone through in the last 3 months. I've gone through one of those huge bottles of soap refills.
Oh my.
That reminds me, I
Okay.
need to buy more soap.
All right. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
you can.
we can.
Fucking hell, that was annoying. My computer just went really obnoxious with my microphone.
I thought you fixed that. No, huh?
I thought I had to, but
Oh well.
um,
Oh my.
I was gonna say something about like cleaning up people's rooms and shit. Now I don't remember. Oh, I remember. No, I remember now. I was like, there was a time when my parents would pick up my room for me, and I got very irritated because then I couldn't find anything. Like
Uh-huh.
all my crap was in the right place on the floor. You know, I mean, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
Like I knew where everything was, and it was where I wanted it to be. Even if it looked like clutter, even if it looked messy,
Yeah.
it was organized
Right.
as far as I was concerned.
That's
And
how
my
I
parents-
was. Yes.
My parents didn't
Right.
get it. You know.
Yeah. Oh, and
Right.
Mom Nader, you've inspired me to make a mobility garden for people who have trouble with getting around or having bad back or
Well,
sitting
thank
and all that.
you.
I've been working out how to do it.
Hmm.
My dad has like raised beds on his patio because he's
Mhm.
a wheelchair user, and he really likes gardening, and he can't really get down like to the ground.
Right.
So he has like two kind of like wooden raised beds that are like almost like I'm a farm kid, so like in my brain I'm like they're the size of a feed trough.
Yes.
No.
I understand what that means. I grew up with horses,
Yeah.
and my mom had cows and
No.
watering troughs and feed troughs. So
But
yeah.
I've been working out how exactly it was something that somebody could put together all on their own, even if they have like a bad back.
Well,
Oh, cool.
you know what it could do is sawhorses. Nail
Yeah, sawhorse would.
some
Well, I
2x4s
found,
to a sawhorse,
yeah, I found something. Is just they're just
and
plastic
then
shelving.
box it in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at. Well, I was looking at it was a plastic shelving and these grow bags I found on Amazon. They'll work. Should
Right.
raise everything up to the right level.
Okay, you did do
Right.
something with that. Okay, yeah, you showed me the.
Yeah, I showed you.
Pieces,
I haven't.
parts.
I haven't bought any of the materials yet, but I'll be doing that.
Yeah, no, Savage. You were talking about how your parents would go through and clean up your room and throw away all your stuff. My mom told me that's what I should do to Tornado's room and convince him. Maybe it would convince him to clean his room. And I'm like,
No.
God, that
no,
would
I'm not
never
going to do
work.
that
That would
because,
absolutely never
you
work.
know, it doesn't work. It only makes him angry,
It's
and
traumatizing.
that will cause a
I'm still angry at my
meltdown.
uncle for doing that crap.
It was
You
really
know,
traumatizing for me.
it
as a kid.
is.
And it's like as an adult, it like probably hurt my ability to tidy up rather than helped it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like,
it does.
Exactly.
It just
And,
hurts
you know-
though when you talk about the way your mom talks about Tornado.
Oh yes, yes.
I mean, he does not deserve that shit.
No, he doesn't.
Right.
So which
and-
shit does he deserve? kidding,
I'll think
go
of
on.
something.
And I mean, Tornado has his moments when he is just
yeah.
the absolute most sweetest little darling. Especially if I'm sick and not feeling well, he will go out of his way to help. So I can't complain. He's great, and you know, everybody knows I've been raising him since he was 3 on his own as a single parent. So, I have seen his really, really good days. I've seen his not so good days. And I've seen his absolutely, oh my God, what demon has replaced my child days.
Yeah, there you go.
And, you know, for all that bad stuff and bad days, I wouldn't trade any of them. Not a single one of them, because, again, as I always say, I still get an I love you, Mom, every night when I go in to say I'm going to bed. Give him a kiss on the forehead, and he's like, okay, Mom, I love you, Mom. Sleep well, Mom.
Oh my.
And most adult children don't call their moms and say I love you every night.
Right.
So,
I used to. I used to call my mom and tell
Right.
her every night.
and you know, even if I'm already in my room and he goes in to make something and I'm still awake, he's like, are you going to sleep yet, Mom? I'm like, yeah, maybe in a little bit. Okay, Mom, I love you. Good night. Sleep well.
Orla, I didn't see you come in. Hi, dear.
I've always had a problem with telling people I love them because I don't want it misconstrued, you know? Like, I mean, I have friends that I absolutely love, but I don't tell them because I don't want them to think I'm being romantic. You know what I mean?
I can see.
Yeah, I get it.
And
Platonic love.
I feel the inadequacies of the English language all the time. And I mean, maybe it's just my own autism or whatever, but I hate having my words misconstrued. I hate not knowing protocol for, like, you know, like it's always been a problem for me. And so I've avoided saying I love someone if it's not romantic or if it's not to my cats, because they can't get it wrong.
Yeah, okay.
I have a really good friend, one of like my
really hate
BFFs.
that. Like, I really hate that limitation, but in my brain it rebels against saying it.
We need another word.
Yes, absolutely. But I don't have.
I have a friend that I say it to, and like that, it took me a while to like get over it, but like she's completely heterosexual, and like there's never been like any like romance between us, and she was just like, she was the one who kind of initiated it and was like, I love you, man. Like, I love you. Like, you're one of my best friends. Like, I love you. And she kind of like got me like over that. Like, I was able to say, like, I love you too. And like, now I'll say, I'll initiate it and I can say, I love you, you know?
I don't know. I've always been amused by the sort of stereotype trope of the two guys getting totally drunk and one's like, I love you, man. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've always been amused by that. I don't know why.
And then
Like,
immediately, no homo.
No, see, the thing is, the stereotype, the trope way predates no homo.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Yeah. There's no need for the no homo. Not when you're on the same vibe. Like, it's, yeah. I don't know. I have guy friends that are like, I've gotten any like that with too. So
It just, I don't know. It's funny in its own way how a lot of guys seem to be so afraid of expressing affection.
I haven't heard that no homo thing in a while.
It has been a while. Although it's funny, like, you know, Young Sheldon is set in like the late 80s, and Sheldon's like talking about being a homo novus, and his dad's like, what? You know, because in the 80s, it was a little, yeah. I don't know. And I've been reading like the original X-Men, like starting from issue 1. And they talk about Homo superior all the time.
Yeah,
and
that's what they call mutants.
Well, I'm wondering, like, did the stigma not exist yet to use the term homo back then?
It started in the 90s.
Oh,
yeah, because I mean,
90s,
we're
like,
Homo
early
sapiens.
2000s. Yeah.
Like,
Well,
the Homo superius is just.
I'm pretty sure it started before the 90s, though.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I remember.
It started with the 90s, and then it was more like televised.
Maybe late 80s.
No, I mean, I remember it from the 1980s. I remember people go, "Oh, you're a homo," you know, like that in the 80s.
Yeah, I think it was in the late 80s that it started.
Yeah, because
it was that early. I mean, it could be. I was very young back then.
See, I
When,
graduated high school in '93, so I mean,
God,
I remember
you
pretty.
kids.
Maybe it was a thing that was like amongst the youth then, but like adults hadn't caught on to it. So like it was
Maybe.
still in media and stuff.
Well,
And
one
then
of my-
like the kids would snicker.
Well, one of my well, I won't say it's one of my favorite. A movie I really enjoy is Adventures in Babysitting, but there are some jokes that did not age well. Because like there's this one where like the little sister is really into Thor, the superhero Thor, right? And to tease her at one point, her older brother says Thor's a homo, like that. And I mean, I wince a little seeing it, but I also remember, at the time there was a
Yeah, we
little-
loved to call people gay as an insult in the 90s. That was like really big in the 90s.
Well, it was
Well,
out.
hell,
It
I
was.
remember when people used gay as just a bad word. Oh man, that's so gay.
That's so gay.
Although I love the joke they did in The Simpsons, where like Lisa was dating Nelson briefly, and they smooch, and Nelson's like bully friends are like, "You kissed a girl. That's so gay."
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
joke.
Okay.
Oh man.
Well, yeah, that stuff was going on in the '60s as far as that goes, but the word they used then was fag.
Mm.
So it's been around in its own way for quite a while, but yeah.
I mean, like you don't even
When
really
was
hear it that much
queer?
anymore. It's almost like the hatred has been replaced by any kind of gender queer. Like you don't really hear people say too often, "Oh my gosh, you're gay." It doesn't come up as much. I think they've moved on to hating on the gender
I
queer.
heard
Yeah.
I heard the F slur not that long ago when I was
Mm.
in a big box store.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I thought they had all forgotten about that one already. Oh, well.
Well,
Apparently not in the sticks.
A few years ago, I
Apparently.
actually saw a guy walking around with his pants belted down around his thighs. I was like, dude, that is so over. You remember
Oh,
that when they were walking around with like their
Yeah.
boxer shorts hanging out?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember my dad
Um,
complaining quite a bit about that.
That happened quite a bit around here because of the ethnic makeup of the neighborhood. It's the folks with generous helpings of melanin would do that quite a lot.
Well,
I did
I mean,
it.
I was raised in Vermont in the 90s, and I mean, it's gotten a hell of a lot more diverse since then, but it's still pretty darn white here. And so I mostly saw it from white guys.
Okay, hey,
I
Skits.
did it, and it was a combination of low-rise jeans being like the popular thing going into that, and not having hips, like having like a dude build, like not having hips, things just like start sliding down. And like, that's-
Yeah, I hate low-rise jeans because, I mean, number one, no pockets, but number two, they always felt like they were about to fall off.
yeah, and if you just don't give a fuck, that's when you get to sagging. Like when
Okay.
you're like, whatever, like they're gonna fucking fall down, and they will find a place to stop. That is like the level at which
We're
like
talking like
sagging
the
sits.
guys with the pants hanging down on their boxers with the belt
what I'm
around
saying,
their
is they
mid
were, like-
thighs.
They
Yeah,
were like
yeah.
the low-rise jinkos.
Yes.
Is how
Well, see,
they
we had
started
to-
out, and
we
they
had-
just like lower and lower and lower and lower.
Right. Well, I had gone to the store with my friend Christine, and these two guys got out of their car, and they had boxers on, and their pant and blue jeans, and their blue jeans were almost down to their knees.
Yeah,
How
that'd
do
be
you even
well.
walk like that?
I
mean, I've
I
walked
don't
that
know,
way.
and I was
Just
It
don't
like,
looks
say
like
that.
they're waddling,
Yeah.
like
No,
it's
but
weird.
fashion takes it
and the thing
way
is-
too far, and you've reversed it. It's no longer functional.
Right. Well, I was like, if I was their mama and saw them trying to go out of the house like that, I'd be out there and I'd be yanking them pants up by their belt straps.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And
but
the guys heard me as they were walking in, and the one that had him down the worst turned this bright red. And the funny thing was, when he came out of the store, his pants were back up around his hips and his belt was tightened.
All right.
I had embarrassed him so bad by saying that.
So
And these were two white kids too.
Jeez, the one that gets to me.
And it's like, I was like, what is the point in it?
Yeah,
If you want to go
absolutely.
around in your boxer briefs, damn it, take off the blue jeans and go around in your boxer briefs.
They're not allowed to go around in their
well,
boxer
you know,
briefs.
as
The
long
thing
as
is
we're
their dick hanging out every once in a while.
as long as
I
we're
know,
talking
but-
bottoms, I mean, I really didn't go swimming at all in Seattle or San
Mhm.
Diego, but I live near 3 different beaches now, and they're very easily accessed by bike paths. So I needed a swimsuit. And
Mhm.
you know, it's funny, as much as I rollerblade naked in parades and all that stuff, I've never really been one to be too revealing with my swimsuit. I'm not sure why. So for the first time, I've bought a 2-piece.
Oh
And
my.
it's not like a bikini. It's very sort of swim meet meets lifeguard, but it's still a
Mhm.
2-piece.
Right.
So, you know, I'm looking forward to giving that a whirl.
Oh,
Meanwhile, Mom
my.
NATO is like,
Be
just
still,
go
my
around in your
beating heart.
underwear. And I'm like, I do.
Mm.
Okay,
I
I'm
mean, I
wearing-
just had underwear delivered. I've got new little
Fuzzies.
bralettes. They're really cute.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I mean,
You
these
know,
are
Well,
my actual
unfortunately,
underwear. do
I can't wear
boxer briefs.
bralettes. Bralettes don't fit me.
I don't wear
Gee,
bras,
really?
usually.
The one that gets me, though, I see it around a lot here. I don't know if you folks see this or not. So many of the female type people are walking around in jeans that look like they were attacked by Edward Scissorhands.
Oh yes, why?
Well, I don't get it. They pay a premium for something that I would have thrown out when I was their age.
But
you
that
know?
was still pretty big in the 80s. Walking around with your knees ripped on your jeans was pretty big
I
in
have
the 80s
one
too.
pair
In the
of skinny
90s, too.
jeans with like ripped knees.
And here I am, the
it's
only
so
guy
much
in
worse
the chat
now.
watching everybody show off their
My
underwear.
mom wears that
It
shit.
looks like
I'm
they're
not-
wearing ribbons now. I mean,
My
seriously.
mother, anytime we got a hole in our jeans, if she could not patch them, she threw them away. There was no ripped jeans in my house.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
my
in our house, if you
god.
could have patched them, they got turned into patches.
I actually.
But now my mom
Like,
wears those. Yeah.
Well, the other option would be if they were in the knees or lower would be to cut them off at mid thigh and hem them and turn them into blue jean shorts.
So you're saying your
Yeah.
mom got them off at the knees.
And then when
Yeah.
they really got to
Yeah.
that point, they also the pockets turned into coasters. That was the other thing. Was like the rest
So-
of the jeans, like the zipper, everything else got used to like patch up other jeans in the future.
Yep.
And then the
Yeah,
pockets
yeah.
were coasters.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. I'm
Okay.
looking over here. I just got the idea to look around for some prices. We've got $37. We've got $57. We've got $12 for jeans with the ass torn out of it.
Oh, I know my mom did more than that.
$188.
I think
I
I
think my
spent
mom probably did,
What
like,
brand?
dollars.
Wait,
dollars.
what brand is that?
Let me see. It looks like Le Slouch in Natoma, whatever the hell that is.
Okay, I don't know that one. I mean, again, back to the 80s, everyone wanted Levi's. The Levi's
Right.
501 jeans. But you know, the
Right.
thing is, okay, maybe this is just me and my like autism or compoundophobia or whatever, but I've number one always hated like button fly. Always. I hate that so much. But the ones that wig me out are when they're on the outside and you can see them. Like seriously, I hate that. But even worse, because I hate like button-up shirts with collars and shit. There were these jeans in the 80s where they had like this button fly on the outside and collars at the waist. Oh my god, those things made me
What?
want to throw up
Collars?
so bad. Not even kidding. It was folded over like those little triangles on a shirt.
What I don't like are the
Not even
jeans
kidding.
as how they have those little leather patches for the logo. They feel so uncomfortable. I usually have to get jeans that have a small label because they're
Yeah, or I just like cut it out. Yeah.
Tayo
Seam
korosto.
ripper is great. As an autistic person, like my seam ripper is like one of my prized possessions because I remove a lot of tags.
So
Yeah, maybe I should do that
fucking-
because I'm limited to having to go to Walmart to get my jeans because they're the ones that have jeans that I feel comfortable in.
Yeah,
If
there you
you're-
go.
If your Walmart has a craft department, you might be able to grab a seam ripper while you're there.
Yeah, I may have to look
Yeah,
into
they're
that.
cheap. You can get a cheap one.
Couple
But
dollars,
I had one pair of pants that the the ass area just below the pocket ripped on both sides, so I turned them into shorts.
Mhm.
I've only worn them once, and that was yesterday when I got home from my parents' house because the AC was broken. Because I don't wear shorts ever.
Mhm.
Now that's the really weird
I
thing.
wear men's
I don't
shorts.
even like
When I was-
looking at these, but look, this is what I'm talking about. This.
What the?
This
I
is-
don't
Oh
remember
my
those.
gosh.
I don't remember.
I've never
those.
seen that before.
It's
I've
hideous.
never had
Hideous.
those. Those would be horrible.
Ah,
Jesus.
just saying.
I feel like
That
my mom
would-
probably had those in the 80s.
I'm thinking that would be uncomfortable for me, but that's
Well,
another
it's
story
quite ugly, is
entirely.
what it is.
Yeah.
But what's really weird is when I was trying to do the boy thing, I hated shorts. Now I love shorts. You know, I mean, you do the
Because
transition.
now you can show
and-
off them legs.
Hey, well, I'll tell you, they're my best asset. I might as well, you know.
Asset. I see what you did there.
There you
But,
go.
I actually I've gotten so sick and tired now of shaving the old leggies down that I have this home laser electrolysis kit. I don't know if it's gonna work. You know, I mean, these things often advertise stuff.
Do you have dark
doesn't-
hair on your legs also?
What?
You have dark hair on your legs as well?
Yes.
Like, it'll probably work. I got my wife one and it worked pretty well.
Yeah,
Well,
the
here's
pigment
what you get
absorbs
at.
the
Just-
energy.
I like getting it
But
done.
her legs and her armpits, it did a really good job.
Getting it done professionally is like thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Yes.
This thing's like 300. You know, so
Yeah.
hopefully I can stop mowing the old leggies. I'm sick of that shit.
Worst,
Yeah, I paid,
worst comes to
we
worst.
got the nice one, the $300 one, and it did actually do pretty decent on all of her body except for her face. And then we did, I think it was like $500 to get her face done professionally.
Okay.
Right.
But, worst comes to worst, there's always Burns-O-Matic. One of
No,
those
don't do that.
propane
No.
torches.
I mean, honestly,
no.
you'd be better off using Nair at that point. Like, it's not going to do permanent
Oh, I
damage
tell
to
you, I-
anything but your
You know,
nostrils.
I
could
keep
go
Nair
the
in
rest
business.
of my life and die happy, never again using an epilator.
Oh,
my
God,
God, I
those
love
are
my
horrible.
epilator. Don't
Yeah.
even start. I love my epilator. I will die on this hill.
Okay, but it hurts like a son of a
Yes,
bitch.
it does. Yes, absolutely.
I don't mind it. It's
Alright.
I just grit my teeth and bear it.
And the thing is, though, that
I
in
can't
order to
mind.
use one effectively, you've got to let the fur grow out. And, waiting for it to get long enough to use the epilator on it is not the prettiest thing in the world, at least not for me.
Oh, see,
Kitty,
that's
what are
I
you
always
thinking?
let it grow anyway. So
A
it's like
bag.
if I'm gonna remove it, may as well epilate it, so that it doesn't come back right away.
Well,
'Cause
I mean,
I
that's
had
why I want
fur,
to use
all the
the,
time.
the laser electrolysis thing on the legs so it stops coming back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be
She
good.
did my legs, and the one I was like, oh my god, 'cause she had it turned up, and I was like, I could feel it, and it kind of hurts, and she was like, okay, and then she turned it down, but I could legit after that, when it grew back, I could see the strip where it was like that hurts. So
Okay.
I mean, I don't know about the one you have. The one I have, it doesn't feel too much worse than snapping a rubber band against yourself.
yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. Yeah.
But I mean,
I only
it's
used it
not
once.
that bad. It's fairly gentle, honestly.
See, I thought it hurt worse than the epilator.
Oh gosh. Well, all right. More power to you. You're welcome to it. For me, the epilator was just like minutes upon minutes upon minutes of pure ass agony.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's how that felt to me. But I guess I maybe have a high pain tolerance for tweezing, maybe.
Oh well, but I mean, tweezing is not like mowing. I mean, it's one at a time. With the epilator, it's just like rip,
Yes,
and these
yes.
long strips is just terrible.
I
And
love it.
I refuse to wax. I'm telling
I
you
have
right now.
3 different epilators. Oh, I don't mind waxing. I have to have somebody else wax though because I can't. It's the weird. I don't know why, but it's trying to give myself an injection. I can't do it.
Well, what was
But-
funny about the laser electrolysis thing, I only got it yesterday. I was looking through the manual, and there's 3 pages of don't use it with this, don't use it with that, don't use it under these conditions, don't use it. And I was just like, wow, can anyone even use this thing at all?
I think it probably says not to use it on your face too, but my wife tried it.
It sort of does. Actually, what it said, if I remember right, was don't use it on men's faces.
Why?
Oh, well,
Okay.
there.
It did give a reason. It did give a reason. It said because the hair is too dense.
Mm.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
feel like she probably started it before she started HRT. That probably would qualify, but
Do not
And
use
that's
by
what I
taking
heard.
into
A lot
the
of, like,
shower.
It almost at first sounded racist, but I get it. They said don't use it if your skin is too dark, but I'm like, clearly it's a light reacting to things thing.
it'll burn
Because
your skin.
they
Yeah.
also said don't use it where you have tattoos, and like most of my tattoos are kind of dark, so like I get it, But at first I was like, what? You mean black people can't remove like unwanted hair? But I guess. I don't know.
It'll burn their
It wasn't
skin. Yeah.
it wasn't as racist as it sounded at first. So yeah,
Don't use day ending in Y.
Yeah, there you go.
right.
Oh,
Don't use it on
actually,
dry
Kate,
skin.
you
Don't
weren't
use it on
here.
full skin.
Hello,
You weren't
ladies,
here when
gentlemen,
I was
and everyone
showing
in
this off.
between. Welcome to Girl Talk.
Yeah, well,
Right? Well, girl and one dude.
There you
well,
go.
it's
There
not
you go.
like
Yeah.
Mage has been
I mean,
participating.
Mage, honestly, Mage can be an honerary one of the girls.
There you
I mean,
are.
Okay,
How you-
whatever.
What do you
I
think of that,
identify
honey?
as non-binary, so like I don't.
Hmm.
All right, so Kate, you missed it. Look what I picked up when I was at Joanne's.
Huh? Is that a book?
It is a cookbook with
Ah.
recipes inspired from different
Oh,
fantasy stories.
Yes.
Well,
Dragon.
no,
Definitely,
it's funny you
definitely need to
mentioned.
share
Like,
some of those recipes.
I got rid of them when I moved because honestly, I never used them. But I had these 2 Star Wars cookbooks.
Ah,
So
So like this one here is inspired by the Bone Witch series. This one, the King Killer Chronicle, Broken Earth trilogy.
please tell me there's one from the Vlad Toltos series because there's so much cooking in that.
What's the name of the series?
Vlad Toltos. It's pronounced Toltosh, but it's Taltos.
I don't know. Let me go
What is he, Hungarian?
check the bibliography.
Yes, actually.
Yeah, with
But-
that S
well,
at the
I mean,
end,
okay,
I wondered.
Hungarian inspired because it doesn't take place on Earth. But the author, Stephen Bruce, is Hungarian by descent. Yes.
Okay, yeah, with
Okay,
that
so-
esh at the end. That's-
Brushed.
Here
Is it
are
Brushed or Brushed?
all right. So here's all of the things that it has. There's Beast Made of Night, the Bone Witch, the Books of Ampa, Broken Earth trilogy, Brooklyn Brujas, The Burning, Rage of Dragons, Codex Alera, the Davabad trilogy, the Dragon Riders of Pern, the
Ooh.
Earthsea Cycle, the Enchanted Forest Chronicles, the Farseer trilogy, Forgery of Magic, the Great Cities trilogy, Grisha trilogy, which is Shadow and Bone, Kingdom of Souls, Kushiel's Legacy, the King Killer Chronicle, the Legacy of Orisha, the Lord of the Rings, the Masquerade, the Mistborn series, the Poppy War series, the Shades of Magic series, A Song of Ice and Fire, A Song of the Lioness, A Song of Wraiths and Ruin, Sorcerer's Royal series, the Spirit Walker trilogy, the Stormlight Archive, Tales of the Otori, The Wheel of Time, Who Fears Death, and The Witcher.
It's
And
funny,
then
you
there's
know-
also The Hobbit, and they're back again in the
well, be
Silver.
Lord of the Rings in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But
So what do they have
the
on
thing
Dragon
is,
Rider
like,
series?
there's only one of. Well, I mean, I've read Lord of the Rings. I've read The Hobbit. I'm assuming the Song of Whatever and Fire. That's part of the Game of Thrones.
yes,
series?
Game of
Yes.
Thrones.
Okay, so those are the ones I've actually read all the way through. I tried so hard to read Dragon Riders of Pern, but I get to that second chapter. It's this massive info dump of like names and places and people and stuff, and I'm like, no idea what the frick's going on. It's just too much.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
I've never been able to get through that one.
Oh, and
So-
hearing your guinea pigs in the background, that reminds me, you can use their poop in your garden, or
Okay.
just stick them in the, or if you don't want to do that, just stick it in the compost.
Yeah. So, what's cool at the back of the book, conversion guide. If you're in a realm that favors the metric system, this chart will help transmute cups and ounces to liters and grams,
Okay.
which I think is just really adorable.
Oh,
That sounds like a really neat
Yep.
book.
so what do they have from the Dragon Riders of Pern?
Okay, hold on. Let me go back to.
Keep thinking there ought to be a gardening website.
sure
called
there's
There's fish three ways,
www.gardening.compost.
ladies first continental breakfast, mixed berry bubbly tarts, Pernese meat rolls, and pot roast with dried fruits and wine. Those
no
are the recipes they
claw
have
in
from
there?
Pern.
Oh, no claw. Oh no.
So if you're looking for a nice place to record your own recipes, like how I'm using this segue, Diana, for the link that I put in the side chat.
Oh, right.
As of yesterday, our Diana Planning Journal has gone live on Amazon.
Oh, wow. Oh, yay.
On Amazon. Ooh.
Really?
So for every copy that's purchased, $3 gets donated.
What? Can you get a link here?
Yep. This is the link in the side chat. Let's see. I can also put it in the
Yeah, put it in the
main chat.
I am going to
I think I
bookmark
can
this.
from a mod.
I like that moo over in the corner.
Moo.
See who gets it.
Here we go. Here's one of the Dragon Rise of Pern ones. It's the Pernese meat rolls.
So I'm going to be doing some Amazon buying early next month. I'll add it to the list.
Oh, awesome. Yay. And Diana, we need to schedule a time where we can sit down and I can get info from you for like the About Me section and stuff like that. So if there's a time this coming week that works for
Oh,
you.
yay. That ought to be fun. I'm just wondering if we should do it while I'm in the recliner. Because, I mean, that's where I've got 4 open hours and I'm not doing much of anything.
That works for me. Yeah. What time? You go in pretty early?
Okay. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 10:30 a.m. is when I start dialysis.
Okay.
And it goes for 4 hours.
Let me look at my schedule.
Yeah, that's a time slot where I always know where I'm going to be.
I can do Tuesday.
Tayo korastu.
Let's do Tuesday. I will call you that morning, or do you want me to text you first and then you can let me know?
Yeah,
if you're
okay, let's do it
interested in
that
anything?
way. Yeah, I'll just try
Okay.
to remember to leave the phone on the side tray.
Okay. Write it in.
I can work the phone one-handed. I've finally started to learn how to do that.
Okay.
It's all sorts of fun. You've got those 2 cannulae jammed into your left arm. You can't really do anything with the left arm. You don't want to bend the elbow or anything like that.
Yeah.
Also,
So it sounds like
really
you
handy
probably
if
have to
you're
do
on a sex
everything
phone line.
left-handed.
Say again, sweetie?
Me or Mage?
Both.
Oh, I
Made
was
you
just
first.
making a joke because Andy, if you're doing a sex phone line.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was just saying it seems like you probably have to do everything one-handed if you have to keep one arm straight.
Pretty much, yeah. So what
I guess
I'll-
if you like hold your laptop way out, you could type maybe.
I leave the laptop either in the lap or I will set it on that side tray on my right, and
Just
pick
do one-handed typing.
yeah, I do that anyway. I mean, I'm definitely not a touch typist.
Yeah, we've noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miss Huntenpeck.
I learned to touch type at age 31. So for anybody who's like, oh, I'm too old, I don't have like a teenager, young child brain anymore, I can't learn to touch type.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you
You
can.
know, the funny thing is I never actually learned, quote unquote, to touch type. I just used a computer so much that the muscle memory kicked in and I just sort of touch type by default.
Okay.
I was blind and my parents didn't realize it until I was 13. So I literally couldn't see the screen. The screen was fuzzy. I had to squint and lean in. to see the screen. So the keyboard was the only way that I knew what I
Well,
was typing.
I can't
as
keep
a
my
kid.
hands in the typing position for very long anymore.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I tried to take a typing course when I was, let's see, 11 or 12, but it never really did take. Let's see, I was in.
I always just thought it was just for like secretaries and like people who are going to do office work. And I was like, well, I'm probably not going to do office work. Being a kid, like growing up in the 90s, like that's what my parents taught me. Even though like looking back, it's like, it was so obvious that like things were going the way of computers, but like hindsight's 2020.
Yeah,
Mm.
that was the interesting thing is that I was already using a computer on a regular basis when I was 13. I was a lucky kid. I mean, I was 13
Like
or
a
19.
punch
I was,
card?
yeah, actually, they were Mark Sense cards. Instead of punching holes in the cards, you made
The
pencil marks, and the reader would pick those up. But I mean, this is 1970, and I was really, really lucky to be able to do that. Yeah, I'm officially old, but
that was
No.
like when computers had like printouts as opposed to screens.
yes, yes. As a matter
Mhm.
of fact, the other input device that we used was a teletype.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you, when those teletypes were printing out, God, the racket.
Well, I mean, I was, you know, oh, I'm still a lot younger than you, but like my first computer had to be hooked up to a television set because it didn't have a monitor,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
right? You know, and I remember dot matrix printers pretty well with that green and white lined paper, you know.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
And the little punch holes on either side.
You had to tear it off.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
had a
weird
couple
though.
of
Like you
those.
hear a lot of people in generations prior to mine just sort of waxing nostalgic about some of that old crap. Me, I'm like, I'm looking at my computers going, I love how far we've come. You know?
You know, one thing I miss, and I
appreciate
truly
it,
miss
but
paper tape.
Paper tape.
You can still get paper tape, but it is hard to find.
Yeah.
Paper tape.
But like I think it's more for me, like when I like wax poetic, it's more of like an appreciation
Oh,
for
I
like
didn't
how
say
far
poetic. I
we've
said
come.
nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of it is just like an appreciation for how far we've come.
Yeah, the paper tape. I knew how to
I
read
hear a
the
lot
paper
of people
tape.
though, they wax nostalgic. They're like, the good old days. What I wouldn't give to go back. You know, that kind of thing.
Well, no, I don't want to go back. It's just that I have a fond memory of it.
Well,
But when
I mean,
people say that, what
I
they mean is
remember
they want to
very
go back with the
distinctly when I
knowledge
was
that they have
little,
now, and
like
that's not.
I desperately wanted to play a video game that took place in first person. You know, I desperately wanted to play a video game
Your sound
from the
went
perspective of the
wonky.
character that's playing, and now we finally have that. You know,
Uh-huh.
and it's awesome. Like I
can
wish I
check
could
in
go
a
Your
moment.
back to
mic
my
is
younger
like
self.
getting
Yeah.
really loud and quiet, louder and
Yeah,
Yeah,
quiet.
your
because
mic-
it's not fucking obeying me. It's not maintaining a consistent input level, and it's very frustrating. But no, I mean, like, I wish I could go back to my 10, 12, 13-year-old self and explain just how awesome video games are going to get.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. In a way,
I
well,
wish I
do
could tell
have the
like my 10-year-old self that like someday somebody's gonna appreciate that like you're really good at Tetris. Like someday.
I do have the fond memories of the printouts at 10 characters per second. You know, you wait half an hour for a single page. Oh God. But oh well.
And then it gets to the end of the paragraph.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Where's my
What do you
egg thing
want?
over here? There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was showing the picture of the journal.
Oh,
I thought I had to explicitly share that, but I guess not.
I put it in the side chat, so
There you go.
is it that way? That way.
That's a cute little thing there, though. Thank you every so much, really and truly. Moo.
I want to look into making a hardcover version, but I'm not sure if that's going to be something that will be cost efficient. However, I think that we could maybe make a shorter version that's like cheaper for people, and then it'd be like $1 profit maybe, but like we might be able to reach more people that way. But figure we start here and go with that.
Over here, you. There it is. Yeah, there's the copy
There it
that you
is.
sent me.
I was looking for mine. I couldn't find it.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, there's that. Where? There was an inclusion, and I don't see where I put the inclusion.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Oh, I was thinking maybe your wallet?
I'll have to look.
Okay.
Where's your
You're
wallet?
relatively organized. You'll find it.
Relatively. There's my passport I have to put away.
Yep, that's right.
Okay,
Anyway,
let's see.
yeah, this one's here.
No, damn it. It's still auto-adjusting on me. I'm so sick of this shit. I
Yeah.
thought I had it solved, and it will not obey me.
But the pages on it would be a good place to like record recipes. So all the pages on this side are lined, just regular lined pages. Boxes at the bottom of each page that you can use for numbers or tracking. And also another line at the top that you can use for water tracking if you want. That is the alchemical symbol for water. Or you can use it to date it or something else. Every 8th page is lined on both sides. So you can use it for weekly tracking if you'd like. As such. And in the beginning, there is a page where you can write your name.
Oh, God, I'm old. Old.
And a page of information on organ donation.
Oh, my. Yeah, I can't do that anymore.
And then off of that,
There
there's
we
a
are.
info about Diana and where you can follow her online.
Yeah, I found the inclusion. There we go. With the little note
Okay.
on it.
Good. And that is it is a 12-week journal. So a quarter of a year.
So I need 4 of them to get through a year. Huh?
Yes. You need 4 of them to get through a year. But that's what I was thinking about, maybe making like a 4-week version or something that's like a real slim version that people can,
I
Try
never
that.
remember to use the planners when I get them. That's the damn thing. 'Cause
I was waiting to get this one like online before I started using this one because I'm like, I have to have it like this so that I can actually like show it to people. I can't like use it yet. So I'm really excited now that I can actually start using it.
Oh my.
I've used this design before, but I just did like I think I showed you guys this. I just bound one on my own that it's hand bound. This is my demo that I kind of worked through, but this is
Your prototype
What
there,
is
huh?
that? Home gardening advertisements or something?
Yeah, it's junk mail that I used to make the cover.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
Because it was just a demo, just to like see if I used it and how I used it and whatnot. So it's all.
Never been able to journal. It's just never been a thing for me. Like since Live Journal got stupid, I just haven't. I don't know. I guess part of the problem is I've never known what I'm doing it for. It's not like I'm ever going to read it again.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I got
I'm a
little.
writer, so it's more like for me, a lot of it is like to get it down so that if I'm like later on, I'm like, what was that thing that I was
Yeah,
thinking about?
I've been using an
I know where to
offline.
go look.
Yeah, I've been using an offline wiki as a journal
Yeah.
for my gardening.
I was pretty fair at Live
I'm still not very good at
Journal.
keeping it.
Yeah, I was pretty fair at Live Journal when I was doing it for other people to read it. As you say, I'm never going to read it again. And then the Russians went and bought it and just sent it
Yeah.
right down the shitter. I still get an occasional email from them. I guess my account is still active or something. I don't know.
Well,
I think I came across
someone
it.
actually gifted me with a lifetime account. And like that was almost immediately when it started going shitty and I stopped using it.
Okay.
Aw.
There's another one. I forget what it was called, but it was a live journal replacement. I paid whatever they wanted for the lifetime thing, and then I never used it.
Undead Journal.
Yeah, that might be it. Something like that. Yeah.
They tried to like revive it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in other news,
Yes,
I
dear.
have a car now.
Yay!
Yay! Now you're
Well-
going everywhere now, huh?
Well, everywhere around Vermont, anyway.
It's a
It's
hike.
actually pretty cool. It has like so many bells and whistles. I still haven't figured out everything it can do.
That's typical for cars nowadays.
Hmm.
What is the photon torpedo duty cycle like?
Well, it's a little slow, but the lasers work just fine.
All right, all right.
Actually, it has some wild features though, like how maybe someone might doze off at a stoplight or something.
Yeah.
It has a sensor and well, not an alarm, but a notification to let you know when the car ahead of you has started moving.
Oh, gee,
wow.
what do you know?
Yeah, it has like this obnoxious sound it makes if you have your turn signal on and there's someone in your blind spot.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that would be useful.
Yeah.
I can see where those things would be useful and also a little bit annoying, but like
I mean,
sometimes I think that it might have been a better idea instead of paying for Uber to go back and forth to dialysis. They should have just bought a car, but I don't know. I mean, when you're paying $400 a month to get back and forth to your pinpoint,
Right. You'd be better off renting a car or renting to
Well,
own or
yeah,
make
well, rent a
payments.
car that's $100 a day, basically.
Well, no, I meant
leasing.
Oh yeah, okay, fine, yeah.
paying for a what's the word I'm looking for? Car payment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that what you get it yourself?
that's the car. Yep, it's a Hyundai Elantra HEV blue hybrid. And this is annoying because blue is part of the name of the car, not just the color.
Oh no.
That is annoying.
It's actually a brand new 2023 model.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
At least-
the new models are out this early. Okay.
Is the
well,
color
I
at
asked
least
about that.
called
They have
just blue?
They have a tendency to come out like in the middle of the year for some reason.
Okay, because when I bought my one and only new car, that was still when the new model year started in like October or some shit like that.
Well, it's pretty badass. It's got a lot of cool features.
That's
Is
a
the
nice-
color at least just called blue?
I think so.
I had like a hatchback a while back that was green, and like the color was envy, and like it was like trying to like put that on paperwork, but they're like, okay, what color is it? I'm like, the manufacturer calls it envy. Like,
Yeah.
It's champagne gold.
right? Like it's just like it's green. It's green. Okay, like.
Oh,
He wants to come say hi.
Hi
Hi,
there.
everybody.
Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
hello.
Everybody.
He's such a cutie.
Yes.
Are you my best boy?
Yeah.
Are you the best boy in the whole world?
Yes, Ma.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Are you
yes.
having a good weekend?
Are you having a good weekend?
Yep.
Yep.
Yay.
You be
Thank
good
you.
for mommy.
Oh, you want to show them what we just got you at the store?
Oh no.
It is a ruler snap bracelet.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a
Oh.
ruler on the back,
Oh.
and then it's got dinosaurs on the other side.
Oh snap!
I haven't seen
Oh,
those snap
Dinosaur?
bracelets in a while.
So, dinosaurs
oh
and a
cool.
ruler.
Nice.
Oh,
That's really
wow.
cool.
Spiffy.
If you get a double, you'll roll another dice.
Yeah, if you roll doubles, you get to roll again.
This is my cool
If
ruler
you
thing.
get double,
it has a piano on it, and then it also has how many centimeters. I don't know if you can see it.
Now,
Cool.
for a minute there, it was
It's a
back
clip.
in
Oh, that's
focus.
cool.
Okay. Now I've got a slide
really
rule
cool.
here, and I still remember how to use it. It's amazing.
I
Well, you
have
know, the one
a
that's
steam
always
gauge.
mystified me is an abacus.
Ah,
No idea how to use an abacus.
Oh my, yeah.
It
Uh-huh.
depends on how you want to use it. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't help though.
Yeah, it's a
You know.
weird. Well, they call it biquinary, but it's like a cross between base 5 and base 10. Oh
And it
my,
uses
calipers.
It's a steam gauge.
Okay.
yes.
It is the same thing as the calipers, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, yeah.
Mhm.
It's a tiny calipers. A delicate calipers.
Years and years and years ago, I
Easily
had
bent calipers.
a micrometer caliper years and years ago. That was fun.
Oh.
And here's my cheaper version. This one's actually cheaper. It's metal, but it's not as good as that one. It's not as smooth. And
I
you
have
think
one
the
like
metal
that.
one would be better, but no, this plastic one that I have over here is way better.
I had a metal one like that. I think that's the. I
Hmm.
feel like I got it from like as a hand-me-down, like the standard. Not as nice as your nice one.
Well, that nice one I actually got in a set. It had that seam gauge, this ruler, plus a seam ripper, and if I can find it, it was a little like tape measure, but it was a retractable tape measure.
Oh,
I
cool.
really liked it a lot. It's around here somewhere. Oh, and it also had some little like snips as well.
Does it have snails and puppy dog tails?
Yeah, huh?
Unfortunately not.
No, here are
Is
my
it a measuring tape or a tape measure?
Mm.
Yeah, my
'Cause you
little
said tape
scissors.
measure, but I think you mean measuring tape, which is
Here we go.
nice.
Well,
I like that
Little
style.
snips. Yeah.
Yeah, these are mine. But these are my embroidery scissors.
Oh my. Okay.
They fold up.
Peacock scissors. Yeah.
The little tiny things. They fold up like this. There you go.
This is legit gonna annoy me if I can't find it.
Oh no.
They put peacock scissors in our manicure kits at nail school.
Peacock
I was like, that
scissors.
works. Those fold up
Yeah.
ones.
There we go.
Yeah,
called
they're
peacock.
called peacock scissors. So I don't know. I've had them for so long. They were part of my sewing kit from when I was in high school
Yeah.
for home economics. We had for
Yeah, they're
for
usually
sewing
used in
class.
sewing kits. I was just like,
Man, I was so bad at sewing in home ec. I mean, it's just not my skill.
I wanted so much to take home ec, but back in
I took
those
home ec.
days, the boys had to take shop while the girls had to take home ec. And the thing is that when you think back on it, they really could have done a lot better with the whole crossover. You know,
Well, see, that's the
have
thing,
have
in
the
my
boys
school,
Weird
they do-
crossover.
have the
made us
boys
do
take the
both.
home ec and have the girls take shop.
Seriously, in my school, in high school, they made us do both.
Yeah, same
That
here.
would have been great.
I
I would
did
have loved
shop.
that. Yeah.
It was wood shop,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah, we
Interesting
had to
enough,
take.
I actually liked home ec better than I did shop.
Mm.
I didn't actually
I
take
liked
home
the
ec.
baking
do
cookies
each of
part.
them
The
for,
baking
like-
cookies part was great.
We had to take wood shop in 7th grade and metal shop in 8th grade.
I had
Oh man, metal shop. The hair must have been awesome, and all those guitars.
Yeah.
I had 2 years of vocational printing.
Okay then. Okay.
3-hour class. So my morning was taken up by printing presses and ink and
nice.
camera rooms, dark rooms.
We had a
I took a
separate
printing
high
class
school
in
for all
high
of that.
in college.
There were 3 high schools in my district, and one of them was a vocational high school that had all of that stuff. You had
Our
printing, you had auto mechanics, you
Yep.
had that
graphic
whole
art.
Oh yeah, we had a Botech that was like attached to our high school that we did
yeah.
that. But
Ours-
we didn't have like printing there or any cool stuff.
Yeah.
At college we had like a printing class where you do like lithos and
With the graphic and
wood block and
Yep.
Well, we had a very rudimentary architecture class in my high school.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now I took a drafting course in 10th
well,
grade.
I guess it was technically drafting, but we were basically drafting buildings. But
And building models out of balsa wood.
no, actually, we just drew on paper like floor plans and stuff. I never really understood the math, which stunk, but obviously I used the geometry skills later in life.
Yeah.
So at my high school, they actually had it set up with different academies in the school. So there was the Sports Science Academy. There was the Academy of Design and Manufacturing Technology, which is where you would learn like AutoCAD and do the balsa wood building models for like bridges and shit.
Okay.
There was the Academy of Scientific Inquiry, which is the one that I went into because I had wanted to go into the medical field. And then there was the Academy of Communications and Multimedia Technology, which is where the school program went. So it was like the film students, the drama students, they were in that group. They all started with Academy except for the Sports Science Academy because that would have been the Ass Academy and they couldn't do that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like I was fine to take a language, but they didn't offer any of the ones I wanted to take. So I ended up taking Spanish, which I absolutely hated.
They
Well,
offer-
yeah, you didn't like
It
the
would have been
gendered
so-
nouns,
Everybody had
right?
So much
Spanish.
better though. So much better than say French, German, or Latin.
They
So
didn't
my
have
high
Latin in
school
my
only
school.
offered 3 languages, French, Spanish, and Japanese.
See, I
Oh,
wanted to.
my.
If they had had
Japanese
Japanese,
would've been
I would have
nice.
They
jumped
didn't
the
have
fuck at it.
Latin. I wanted to take Latin.
I so would have loved taking Japanese in high school.
I think mine had Spanish and Latin.
I wanted to
Mine had
take Russian,
Spanish,
but they didn't
German,
offer it
and
every
French.
year.
Fucking
Well,
Red
mine-
Scare.
I mean, I would.
Taking
Yeah,
all three.
exactly. Red Scare.
And quickly dropped French because I just don't like the French.
It's an ugly language. I can't stand the sound of it.
I have probably pissed off all of your French viewers, but I also took 4 years of German just for funsies and a couple of years of Spanish also just for funsies because I was dating a guy like from Mexico at that point in time. So like I would literally sit and crochet through my Spanish class. And like the teacher would occasionally call on me and it was like, well, I knew the answer. I didn't need to have like, as long as I like had the book out and I knew basically what she was talking about, she like didn't get mad towards like after a while. But like at first she'd be like calling on me all the time. I'd be like, I know like this is really basic Spanish. Like,
And would it have killed them to offer Klingon? I mean, come on.
There you
But
go.
I do remember, like I've mentioned it before. I went to RIT, which is the Rochester Institute of Technology, and they had NTID, the National Technical Institute for the Deaf. And they offered free sign language courses. The problem was that it was taught by a deaf guy and it was just full on immersion, right? Which I don't do well with. I would have needed like a teacher who could speak to me in English and explain what the fuck I was doing.
Okay.
yeah, most deaf courses are like taught by deaf teachers. Like LivePrint is considered like if you're going to go online and do an online ASL course, like that's the one. And it is all, I think my mom, the first time she watched a LivePrint video, she was like trying to turn up the volume. I'm like, Mom, there's no sound. Like it's
well, if I can't ask questions, I'm not going to learn.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, like I can't do the Mr. Miyagi version of learning. I just can't. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It sounds like you needed a different, different than the usual.
What really
But they
helps
didn't
me
offer it, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
It would really.
I wonder
help
if
me.
you would have been able to like write questions and ask if they would have been able to accommodate that, because they should have some way of accommodating people who are different learners like that.
Well, remember, this was the early 90s. They didn't really grok that yet.
That's true. Well, and like the whole immersion, like that's what really works for a lot of people. And like for like they've learned in a lot of like ASL courses that like if you legit like tell the students like there's no speaking, like your voice off in this course, they will do a lot better of learning because they can't just like ask their neighbor like, hey, what's the sign for blah 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 or whatever, you know.
Which I absolutely need to do.
Right. But for some people it's like forcing them to do that is, for most people, forcing them to do that and doing that research is what will like instill it a little bit better. Whereas for some people who are neurodivergent, like they actually need that repetition earlier on and more and to be able to reference back a little bit easier.
Well, I mean, I don't even need repetition. Repetition for me is bad. What I need is to be able to say, okay, what the fuck did I just do wrong? Please explain. You know, I need access to clarification.
Every time you mention that, I keep thinking back to Dimitri and Cobra Kai. Like, yeah, I get what you're trying to do.
I
Show me.
love that scene where he was like, yeah, I get it. I see what you're trying to do. As Daniel is like trying to teach them wax on, wax off. That was awesome. I loved that.
So, like, one of my regrets is when I was in high school, I was in JROTC because I was delayed entry for the military. I didn't know I was going to end up needing a knee surgery that was going to trigger a lifelong disability. And I had the option of, while I was in high school, and for my junior and senior year, I could have gone to the trade school, and basically they had a program with my high school that you would graduate high school, you know, at the same time, but with an associate's degree, you know, when you graduate high school. And I really wish I'd gone that course, but I was like, no, I'm going to stick with ROTC because, you know, I enjoy it and I'm going into the military, like with a little bit of foresight. Like I probably still wouldn't be able to use said degree, but you never know, you know, depending on which I had chosen. And like, if I had known then what I know now, I would have done
sometimes
that
just having
different.
a degree gets you in the door to a lot of places too.
You know, in what was it, like the mid to late 90s, I actually worked for WOTC. No?
No.
Wizards of the Coast.
Oh.
Yeah, I ran Battletech simulator pods at their game center for a while.
Tayo korostu.
I don't know. Of course, we called it WOTC. I don't know. Did people say ROTC for ROTC at all?
I've heard it.
Yeah, they called it ROTC.
Okay. Man, don't you hate it when you get down to the part of the chips where they're all little tiny shards and you can't even get them inside the salsa jar?
Yeah, see, at that point, I'll just dump them in and eat it with a spoon.
Yeah.
Or put them in a bowl and add some of it to it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I like really sort of skipped lunch and I'm not sure how much I had for breakfast, so I needed something.
I just had some chocolate for lunch.
I'm just sitting here munching on donuts.
Like the other day, I was, because my aunt checks in on me in the mornings and she'd like sit. Well, I've told her that I have issues taking my meds, so she'll ask me, "Did you take your meds this morning?" And the other day, I like messaged her back. I was like, "Yeah, but I did like eat some ice cream to fulfill the take with food requirement because
it's junk food day
really
today.
Didn't want to eat breakfast, so ice cream in it."
Ice cream for breakfast is wonderful.
I've done it a few times now.
Yeah.
Who cares?
It's, you know, your dairy group and you're all
You only
set.
live once.
Yeah.
If it gets me to take my meds, it's worth it.
I probably like shouldn't be taking my brain meds with Red Bull.
Oh, I like taking my meds with coffee a lot. It's probably similar, but yeah.
But you know, I gotta say that watermelon flavored Red Bull is just nummy, nummy, nummy.
Coconut one is my favorite, the coconut edition.
I tried that on your recommendation. It was okay. I didn't hate it, but
You only live once.
I mean, the watermelon's okay, but like I'll drink it if it's there, but it's not the one I'm gonna go out to buy.
Well, the one I really miss, and this is weird because I hate cranberry juice, but the cranberry Red Bull was amazing.
Yeah, it was really good.
I actually remember, I love recounting this story where I'm walking through, I guess it was Ralph's at the time because I was in San Diego. And there was a guy stocking the Red Bull, and it was like not one of the supermarket employees. It was the guy from the distributor because like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, they'll stock their own stuff on the shelf. And he was stocking the Red Bull, and I was like, man, I miss that cranberry. And he's like, I know, I can't believe we discontinued. We had this long conversation about the cranberry Red Bull. It was fun.
Okay.
And there's the what was it? Orange strawberry of Speech Splash was on the clearance. So I'm wondering if they got rid of that flavor.
Orange strawberry?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting combination.
I should probably take off and go do some chores and stuff.
Don't tell me about chores. I definitely have to clean the kitchen today. I never seem to get around to it because I have to lie down and take the weight off my shoulders, take the weight off my neck.
This is my writing desk. Do you see that it is a full-size like conference table? Okay.
Yeah, and where do you write?
This little corner right here is where I write.
Why is it like a raven?
What do you mean like a raven?
Didn't you say it was
Why is a
writing
raven
desk?
like a writing desk?
No? All right. It's like, I think it's the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland.
Yes.
The Looking Glass or whatever. Yeah.
Why is a raven like a writing desk?
Honestly, I can't believe I'm the one who remembered that reference, frankly.
Why?
What's the
Because
answer?
that is so outside of my wheelhouse.
But why is a raven like a?
I need to know the answer now. Yeah.
There is no answer.
Okay.
Well, some
It's the
people
Mad
come
Hatter
up with
being
answers,
mad.
but there's technically no answer.
I mean, mine's kind of dark colored. It's mysterious, and it makes weird noises sometimes.
Well, so do I, but I'm not like a writing desk.
Well, we're trying to find things that they're they're like.
What kind of noises does it make?
It like
Anyway,
creaks and stuff.
Speaking of Red Bull,
Oh, the raven is like a writing desk because they both collect shiny baubles.
and they both have R's in them
Mm.
and N's.
Bye, guys.
I don't know.
Like that's the closest that fucking I can get is, they collect shiny things.
And they
They
hold
both have
grudges.
feet.
Man, I haven't experienced it myself, but as I understand it, like crows and ravens hold grudges. If you piss
Yes.
them off,
Yes,
Oh,
they
yes,
do.
they will, yes.
Oh, do they ever?
They
And if you make
remember
friends
faces.
with them, they will let their buddies know. So like you can make friends with one raven and all the other ravens in the area will know that you are a good person.
Yeah, and
So
they'll even pass that down to their offspring.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw this meme going around about a guy sitting on a subway platform who was feeding like French fries to seagulls, right? And, he was just feeding them and stuff. And then a train arrives. And just as the doors are closing, he throws the rest of the fries into the train.
Ah!
So the seagulls followed. And the next stop is like 5 minutes away. I can only imagine the chaos.
Honestly, that's probably like if I got a fucking terminal cancer diagnosis and my field of fucks would be barren at that point. So I might pull shit like that just for the lulz.
Yeah. Although I heard of something really, really, really childish to do. So naturally I want to do it. If you're in like a car or an elevator and, you let off a really nasty SBD, pretend to sniff and go, was that popcorn? Yeah. Evil, right?
All I can think of is
Hey, don't hate on
Voltaire
your
and that
kids causing
fucking
trouble.
"It's So Easy When You're Evil" song.
Oh, I love that song.
It's
I mean,
one of
I'm
my
not really into
favorites.
Voltaire that much, but he's got two songs I love. That and Bitextual.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
no,
a good
those are
one.
my two favorites too. But honestly, When You're Evil is probably my number one favorite.
I'm lying through my teeth. Yeah, that one. I
I
love
also
that.
like the
These are
Goodnight
all
Demon Slayer.
Comforting I need.
It's so lonely being evil. Yeah,
It's so good.
Really wish there was a way to tell this fucking thing to stop auto-adjusting my microphone.
Yeah.
One consistent level, please.
You wouldn't be that lucky, would you?
No, of course not. I mean, I'm also never sure if my volume is adequate for the stream.
Well, at this point, it's good.
Okay.
There was
Well,
only...
it's the little circle around my avatar. It seems to go up so little compared to, say, mages.
Okay, now what I'm seeing is when I'm looking at your avatar, the circle gets really large. So I don't know.
So basically, meat is lying to me.
Yeah, basically.
Son of a bitch. All this time I've been trying to adjust my microphone constantly because I want to get that circle as big as it's supposed to be from what I see of other people. And now
The circle, yeah, what I'm looking at seems to be about the outer circle seems to get to almost twice the inner circle's radius.
Ugh.
Your circle seems to be getting bigger than mine, from what I can tell, looking at the two.
That's fucked
Well,
up.
Mage, yours gets very large when I'm looking at it as well.
Yeah, I guess meat just lies to the person who's actually speaking.
It
So
might
it
be
seems.
that, yeah.
That is obnoxious, and I don't like it one bit.
Well, I guess that's what you get when you save money on the subscription. I'm only paying $6 a month, so.
Man.
Yeah.
Doing okay down there, Mom NATO?
No, I'm hurting.
Oh.
No, we can't have that.
Looked a little bit like you were doing some sort of King Tut Egyptian mummy thing. Yeah.
No.
I
I'm resting my chin on my hands because my back is hurting and my sciatica has flared up.
Sure.
Well, you know,
yeah.
I mean, like speaking of the whole thing, I've been, messing around in Google Earth VR, of course, but no matter how hard I've searched, I cannot find that place in France where the naked ladies dance. I just can't find it.
Yeah.
I got really lucky, and David, my GP, actually wrote me a prescription.
Hey.
Hey, sweetie, how you doing?
I'll say hi.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Yep.
Actually, this might be the longest I've seen your face on camera, and I've never been
Yes,
100%
you're on
certain
camera?
what you look like.
There you
Like,
go.
seriously, for the longest time, I thought you looked completely different.
Yep, that's him. Yes, they say hi.
Fireworks.
She gave you a hot on the tuchus.
So, Kate, it's not in France, but there was a restaurant in Germany where they had women as the menus. They would use body paint on nude women for the menus for the restaurant.
Huh. Okay. Well, there's a Japanese girl band I heard about, like a rock band, where their whole shtick was playing on stage naked.
Yes, it was funny.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
Give him a patch on the tuchus.
Yep, that's exactly it.
It's a little funny.
They're all like, it's a little funny.
I don't know. It's been when I first heard that little childish play school rhyme about the place in France and all that. For some reason, I always pictured like a walled courtyard rather than something with a roof. But then, much later in life, someone brought it up for whatever reason and started talking about like it being inside a building, and I was like, "Whoa, never thought of it that way, huh?" I don't know. It was weird. But then again, maybe I've thought way too hard about childish playground taunts or whatever.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Probably.
Maybe I thought about it just enough.
You die on camera.
Maybe.
Let's go away.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those days where no way of sitting is comfortable.
Uh-huh.
Well,
I'm
take
trying
out
to
the
be
butt
productive
plug
to get my
then.
mind off of it.
That's the problem. Unfortunately, it's halfway up my spine and all the way across both butt cheeks.
Then you definitely
Mm.
need to take it out.
Mm,
Yes.
I wish.
Like I have
Oh, you didn't
bulging
hear what I
discs
said.
at L5S1, and like I can't even turn a certain way or else I lose feeling in my legs.
Oh boy,
Like it's
yeah.
instant pins and needles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that could be handy if you're being lowered slowly feet first into a wood chipper.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I would probably do it then, because like
Yeah.
pins and needles,
I
and
mean, it's
numbness.
unlikely because that's only punishment for the crime of being William Shatner, but still.
Science!
Go away, buddy.
And he's reminding me a little bit of that guy from Kids in the Hall.
Yeah.
I've been trying to figure out who he reminded me of for a sec there, and that's who.
But
All
no,
right, fuck this. Time for some pain meds. Like I'm trying to distract myself, trying to not think about it, but
yeah. Well, unfortunately, they don't give me pain meds.
Yeah, that is such a
They
pain.
don't believe in the only pain management they will do is physical therapy.
and
And
that doesn't help.
unfortunately, I can't do the physical therapy because it's $52 every session.
Uh-huh.
And they want you to go twice a week, I'm guessing.
What are the things they have you doing for your physical therapy?
It's just to try and do exercises to
Yeah.
help my spine. The problem is,
Yeah, what exercise do they have you doing?
I don't know. I can't afford to go.
Oh.
The problem with that is the fact that the exercises are not going to help when I have bone spurs on my spine on
yeah,
every
okay, yeah, that
single
wouldn't really
level
help
of
too
my
much.
spine.
In fact, the exercising could actually do
yeah,
more harm
I
than
was just
good.
gonna say.
Make them worse. Yep.
I hate to say it, but the term bone spurs has become tainted, hasn't it?
Yes.
The only thing I could think of.
Osteophytes on the spine, and unfortunately, the issue is because there are so many people on disability in Florida. They don't want to sit there and say that, yes, I have arthritis in my spine, because then I could claim disability.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of with the physical therapy is with bone spurs would be decompression.
Right, but they've already looked at that. There is no decompression of the discs. That was one of the things they looked at.
Hmm.
And the problem is the longer, and the way this works is either I'm having a good day and I have very little pain, or I'm having a bad day and I have a lot of pain. And on the days where the pain goes between those, the longer I stand, the more I hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's like somebody's taking a poker and they're driving it up the inner column of my spine.
Well, that's effectively what's going on with the bone spurs.
Yeah, exactly. And the issue is there's, like, today's a bad day. There is no comfortable position. I can't stand. I can't sit. The only thing that will make it stop hurting is if I lay down, and laying down too much will also make my spine hurt.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
At least I can lie down. But the damn thing is that if I do that, I'm doing that all day, every day, and nothing.
Right. And it's at the point today where the pain is actually radiating from like the middle of my back down into my hips and across the sciatic nerve is also hurting, and then the pain's radiating down to my knee. So this is going to be a bad day, and the only thing I can do is take Tylenol.
Oh, geez,
That's all I have.
That's next to useless.
Yes, it is really. I mean, they already know that
They already know I'm hurt.
Tylenol is no good for severe pain.
Right.
This
But I'm
is-
not allowed to take ibuprofen,
Right. Neither am I.
and I can't
Um,
take NSAIDs. Right.
When I broke my wrist in 3 places and they missed it on the x-ray, they sent me home with a brace and nothing else.
Right.
Like, seriously, no pain management meds whatsoever. Now, I'm not one to insist on, getting the hard stuff or whatever, because I don't need it. But at the same time, something would have been nice.
Well, unfortunately, they won't give you opioids here unless there's absolutely no choice.
yeah, and they always manufacture some other choice, even if it's no good.
Right.
Yeah. I got lucky. David, my GP, actually wrote me an oxycodone prescription, but unfortunately, it's only for 10 milligram tablets ever. And so now I have to ration those, and
Right.
happily I can get by quartering them.
At least
I
it was
can
something.
I can get a few hours out of quartering one and taking a quarter.
Right.
But what if you draw them?
Well, that's another story entirely. Yeah, keel hauling them doesn't work either.
Well, I don't have a keel.
Okay.
There's also a chance I'm a bit of a wise ass, but
A little bit, but
Yeah.
we love you anyway.
Yeah, well, I know some people who love me because of it.
Okay.
And I've
You
had
are.
problems with my spine since I was in my 30s. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was diagnosed with scoliosis, and I got lucky because after the X-rays, they looked at it, and if there's any curvature, if this curvature was any worse, you'd have to get surgery. So I have to do physical therapy on my back. I
right.
don't do it as much as I should, but I feel it when I don't.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing they're going to do is they're going to do exercises. Okay. The problem, again, like that, is the more I do things with my spine, the worse it hurts. But they're like, oh, well, if we strengthen your core muscles and
No,
your diaphragm, that will help your spine.
That's
How's
not
that
going to work
going
with
to help
bone
my
spurs.
spine with bone spurs?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's not going to help. I mean, well, what about marijuana? Does it help?
I don't smoke.
Well,
Well,
could you
edibles.
take
Like they
gummy or
have
something?
medical marijuana in Florida
Yes,
now.
I can't do it because I have a special needs child.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't know about anyone else, but for me, marijuana actually amplifies physical sensations.
Never tried it.
I mean, that absolutely doesn't help.
I mean, it helps me with my pain. I just don't use it.
Well, I use
At
the
least
CBD oil.
not right now.
That seems to help some with your arthritis, but
Cortista.
Yeah, CBD is like not. It doesn't have the THC, so it wouldn't impair you like THC would. So that might be something to look into. Getting a strong CBD or kratom. That's another one. Kratom actually helps me with my pain quite a bit, because I do get pain meds from my doctor, but I do not get a lot of them. So I try to save for when it's really bad and use other things to supplement. So CBD gummies and kratom are kind of my go-tos.
Right.
And the kratom is just fantastic, and you can buy it pretty much anywhere because it's fully legal in Florida.
I should try that kratom. So
I don't know what that is, kratom.
It's a plant from like Indonesia. It's basically it almost acts like an opioid without being an opioid. So it is really good for helping with like pain, and like there's different strains, like some that give you more of a euphoric feeling, some that are like more of a coffee type thing, and then there's some that'll help you sleep, and some that are just really good for pain. The red strain is the one that's best for pain.
Yeah. So here's what the radiologist said. Small anterior osteophytes are noted in the mid to lower cervical spine. No significant degenerative disc disease or spondylosis, which of course is arthritis of the spine.
Yeah.
No displaced fracture or static subluxation of the cervical spine. Then you have, okay, this is for the thoracic spine. No abnormal subluxation of the angulation, no acute fracture, compression, deformity, or destructive process. There are small anterior osteophytes, no displaced flexures, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
Here we go. Early anterior osteophyte formation. So,
I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but thoracic always sounds like a period when the dinosaurs were ruled by the thunder god.
Yeah. And then, of course, you have this one is. Which one is this? The lumbar spine. Blah, blah, blah. Small anterior osteophytes are noted. No significant degenerative, blah, blah, blah. There are phleboliths, something, in the left hemipelvis. Something about my pelvis. I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, no, that was a singer from a long time ago, Pelvis Presley.
Yes.
What exactly are phleboliths? I don't know what that one is.
Sounds.
PHLEBOLITHS.
It sounds like bloodstones.
This started out as a joke in my head, but I was thinking of like monolith, phlobolith. It's probably a formation of like, yeah.
Small blood clots in the vein that harden over time due to calcification.
That's not good. Well, that's in my left hemipelvis. So I would assume that means it's in my left pelvis. So joy. Which is where most of my pain is right now besides my back. So, yeah. So that was the x-rays for my spine and stuff. So it's like, okay. And the doctor's like, well, I'm like, well, what are osteophytes? And she's like, well, those are bone spurs. Well, what causes bone spurs? Arthritis of the spine. But they say I don't have arthritis of the spine. Please explain that to me, somebody.
I would have thought that an osteophyte would have been an argument between osteos.
Yes.
Let's see, according to kratom has common side effects including appetite loss, erectile dysfunction, nausea, and constipation. More severe may include respiratory depression.
Oh, I can't take it.
Seizure, addiction, and psychosis.
I've never known anyone, and like I'm part of a lot of like, I don't want to say alternative medicine because it's not actually alternative medicine. It's more like, you know, pain management forums and stuff, and nobody's ever had any of those bad side effects.
Where do you get it?
You can buy it from a lot of vape shops sell it, like some gas stations even. You can also order it online.
Okay. I'm always looking for less things I can lessen pain.
Because pain sucks.
It does.
Is a minor to the pain to liking to making. No.
I wonder if it's legal to grow here.
I don't know if it would.
I don't know if it's the right...
Wait, what was that you said? Something about something grow here? I missed it.
I was wondering if it's legal to grow here.
Oh!
I don't know that it would grow here just because it grows in, you know, like Indonesia and other Asian areas.
It's a tropical evergreen, so yeah, it might grow here.
Not in your backyard necessarily, though, right?
Mage, you're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, yeah. Don't ask me why, it just reminded me. But I read, Mom NATO, that your neighborhood just got a new pet manatee.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah, it was just delivered within the last couple of days.
Wouldn't surprise me. Did it go to
Oh,
Cool
come on.
Springs?
Let me see where the thing was delivered. Okay, let's see now. Where is the article?
And you know, in this day and age, it really should be called a personity.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I will never get tired of that joke. I'll just try to stop saying it so much.
I don't see the article, darn it. I read the article a day or two ago, and
Hold on. Mm,
because it was definitely to your neighborhood, definitely to Crystal River.
My county banned in Kratom.
Really? Like
Yeah.
that's kind of lame because everywhere else in Florida you can get it.
Yeah,
like
you can. It's legal everywhere else in Florida except for this one county.
Well, go to the next county over.
It's probably illegal to transfer it from county to county, knowing how these assholes tend to work.
Yeah.
No, they would probably only just because it's still legal in the state. I think the most they could do would be make it illegal to sell in that county. I don't think.
Local ordinance. Yeah.
Can you swim with manatees for free in Crystal River? You're legally permitted to swim with the manatees in their natural habitat.
Yep.
Okay.
you have to pay for it. It's expensive.
Yeah, I was looking, like, I went to SeaWorld a while back, and I was looking at what it costs to swim with the dolphins. And oh my gosh, it was something like $270 for like 30 minutes or some crap. I don't know. It was
Holy hell,
really
man.
expensive. I mean, they had different levels, though. It was like, okay, if you want to pet the dolphins, it's so much. If you want to stand in the tank with the dolphins, it's so much. If you want to swim in the tank, so on and so forth.
Oh, my.
But it was definitely something you only do if you're privileged.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, man. Okay, our public manatee tours start at $59.95 and go up to $65 for peak manatee season. Private manatee tours are $449 for a boat that holds up to 6 people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yoy. I mean, this kind of money I don't have.
Well, that's why they invented theft.
Mm-hmm.
You're not wrong.
Now, what's fun is in Highland Park at the zoo, you can stand at the manatee tank, which is full of floating lettuce, while they go around and swim and eat. I guess they love lettuce.
Yeah.
One thing I really enjoyed at SeaWorld was watching I cannot remember if they were seals or sea lions. I think they were sea lions swimming around in their tank, but there was this little sort of like shelf of granite that was just about at water level. They would swim up to it and then give a little hop and slide across it and then splash back into the water. And they looked like they were having so much fun.
Okay.
Remember the museum? I think it was up in Tampa that had Snooty. He was a manatee.
Okay.
Fortunately, he died.
Yeah, well, they're doing this whole. Crystal River is trying to raise funds. So they're doing this whole manatee fever thing where they've created these 10 statues that are painted that are manatees, and they're all painted different colors. So, and all different designs on them. So, I'm not exactly sure. They're using it, manatee fever, to help raise funds for permitting fees, grants, and educational programs tied to the nonprofits cleaning of Kings Bay, because they gotta vacuum out the detrital and the algae remains from the water bottoms before planting more grass for marine life and manatees to thrive on. Because there's manatees all over Crystal River. They come in every year to the springs to winter and to stay there in the wintertime because that's where the water's warmest. So, yeah.
Dang, I could have sworn I had video of that when, like, I went to SeaWorld, but I guess I didn't take it. And also, it turns out I was thinking of seals and not sea lions.
Okay.
But yes, looking at the rest of the whole thing on kratom, it could be grown in Florida. They do allow that, just not my county.
What county are you in?
I'll say if offline.
Or just in chat.
Yeah.
I could have sworn. Oh well.
Tayo ko rostu. Whoops. Get over there.
I don't know. It was funny when I did the SeaWorld video a while back. Some people really got on my case for going there. I guess they don't treat some of the animals that well. I don't know. Also, I'm having a hell of a time finding that video. I could have sworn I had more than one at SeaWorld. Oh well.
Larg. I think I'm going to go ahead and head off. I'm going to go lay down on a heating pad in my bedroom and just relax for a little.
Just relax and
take care.
Take care. Maybe look into some CBD gummies at the very least.
Something, anyway.
If you have some spare time, conquer a third world nation, you know.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys, you'll have a good day.
Okay, sweetness.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Be good.
Back with the plague.
Yep.
Like, I still don't feel like I'm over having COVID. Honestly.
Sound like it.
I just feel so fucking worn down. Like, I am just fucking exhausted. Like, the fatigue has not gone away.
When I got my wind back after having COVID, and I think I got it like, a week or two before you did, I'm not sure. It did take a while, but when it came back with a vengeance, especially my appetite. Like, I spent days and days and days not eating, just not eating. I couldn't do it. And then, like, one day I go to this teriyaki joint and I cannot get enough food. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. It was crazy. So,
hopefully
it takes a little while, but you will recover. And when it happens, well, if it's anything like mine, it happens quickly.
Hopefully it was a buffet.
No.
No, darn it.
No. In fact,
buffet?
they don't. Yeah, she does, but she won't ever say anything the right way. And it's I don't think we have those here. And honestly, food is so expensive.
Yes, it is.
It's crazy, and restaurants are like the worst of it, actually. But at the same time, I mean, there's some damn tasty food here. That teriyaki I had, oh my gosh. But also I did find a restaurant that's reasonably inexpensive, and they give you a lot of portions. It's this sort of mostly Chinese, but mixed Asian place in
Okay.
Winooski.
Okay.
You like for $12, the lunch special is like a ton of food. It's really good.
Yeah, there's one place I used to go to. They would charge $11 for the all you could eat, but now it's like 18. Yeah, they closed the Buffett Bar for the plague, and then they just brought it back recently, and it was like 50% more than it was originally. And Jesus, oh well.
Yeah, just about everything's 50% more.
Yeah, at least they kept up the food stamp largesse that I was uh, getting like $225 a month in food stamps, and I've got to go out and buy a few more steaks because I'll tell you, I've got almost $2,000 in a food stamp balance, so I really got to eat some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
miss it
know.
when they quit it.
I prefer when my S's are regular size.
Okay.
Like, I look at it this way, I mean, who cares? Like, if someone's on food stamps, I honestly don't care if they use it to buy steak and lobster because they're not going to be able to do that regularly
Right.
because the money goes away too quickly and it's, meant to help supplement your food. But, just because you're poor doesn't mean you don't deserve to have nice things every once in a while and to treat yourself because, like
Well,
otherwise you're just
Apparently
existing,
the
you're
rich
not
president
living.
Remember, there was a
believe that.
politician who was like insisting we have to bring back paper stamps.
Yeah.
We have to make people pay in a way that makes them ashamed of it. Like he actually wanted that. It's the same sort of pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of nonsense, where it's like that being poor should be like visibly shameful for you.
Yeah.
It should be something
Yeah.
that you're not happy to let people know, and so that'll make you work harder. Seems to
But
be the
that
mentality.
only-
But the darn thing
That doesn't
is,
work.
Oh,
If
of
you
course
can't
it
find
doesn't work. They're
if you can't find a
bullshit.
job that pays well enough, or if you're disabled, well, you're fucked.
and then
Well,
Pull
there are
yourself
the
up by the
I've
employers.
noticed that these conservative nut bars have these like romantic visions to them of how the world ought to work, and it bears no resemblance to reality whatsoever.
Mhm.
But they really, really, really want to apply it to at least the country, if not the whole world. It's insanity. It really is, because it doesn't work, but they insist on it anyway.
And then when they do achieve power again, we're fucked. I mean, it's going to be all over for all of us.
Well, that's a different issue, but okay.
Well,
The
I mean,
problem-
just their worldview, that whole thing where those of us who are poor have to be shamed for it.
It's because we're of some moral failing.
Yeah.
It's not because life shit us out and, chewed us up and shit us out. It's not because employers aren't incentivized or forced to actually pay living wages, or that we don't have programs to initiate fucking rent controls because
Right.
income,
A little
you're
person.
spending more than half your income on rent.
Yeah, because where was I going with this?
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
as
Bootstraps
far
are
as-
included.
As far as shaming
I'm
us,
putting the legs in.
in a neighborhood like this, what shame is there? Because everybody's on food stamps anyway.
Well, that's the weird thing, though, is like I've heard of people, and I would not have been shocked if your parents were like this, where they just don't want their neighbors to know.
Oh, they
Even
were.
though-
They were.
Even though everyone knows and all the neighbors know, they just don't want it to be explicitly known.
Yeah,
I
I know the
I've known
thing.
people like that, and it's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I mean, I
her.
would shamelessly wave my food stamp card around back when I was in Seattle. I didn't give a damn.
Her especially, nobody needed to know anything. So, you've got people asking about that strange scar on my head. And it's like, they don't need to know. It's like, okay. And that strange scar was from my cranial surgery, by the way. And it's like, how can you miss it?
Well, but I bet that if you guys were rich, you'd want everyone to know.
Yeah, there you go. Well, they weren't all that bad off, as a matter of fact. For the longest time, I didn't know how well off they were until I actually saw some of their tax returns laying around the house. Or they were lying on that too, by the way.
My son comes over here and I take one look at him. I'm like, were you eating, did you put your slime near your mouth? And he was like, I didn't. And I'm like, are you lying to me? Because he's got glitter on his face.
Oh,
I could not
no.
have heard that correctly.
No.
Did you say, did you put your slime?
Yeah, he made slime out of Elmer's glue and he put glitter in it. So, like, he's got glitter all over his face.
Gotcha.
I don't know there, boy. I don't know.
Don't lie to me, okay? Did
Yeah,
you put
don't do that.
Did you
Don't
put
lie.
the slime on your face?
Yes.
Don't do that, okay?
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's the glitter is not good in the poo-poo.
Yeah, well, I mean, he already gave me craft herpes yesterday. He came over, he was covered in fucking glitter, and then he spread it to me.
No.
And I went to the supermarket, to the dairy section, and all of that, and I could not find craft herpes. I found
You
like
do know.
mac and cheese, but no craft herpes.
You do know glitter is self-replicating, right?
Yeah. Oh my. Let me fill up my coffee cup here. Come on, we can do this. There we go. Stuff
I
all
have
over
to
the
stretch out a
floor.
little bit. I'll get back to sewing in a minute, but my fucking back is on fire.
Mm.
No, we can't have that. Cannot have that.
Oh. I'm trying to get my VR machine to work. It seems like I'm getting closer, but it was absolutely gagging on the Wi-Fi signal at first, and now I just need to get the computer to stop repeating the VR screens because the lag is terrible. I don't know.
Oh my. What are they doing out there? They've got.
Still, I have not, since the move and since COVID, I haven't been exercising nearly enough, and so I'm really looking forward to getting that done again.
Okay.
And but I have been playing another game that isn't quite so laggy as Beat Saber. I don't know. It's an older game, Space Pirate Trainer. It's called. It's okay. It's just sort of a basic shooter, but it has some interesting aspects to it because you're ducking and dodging and weaving alien laser fire. So it's very much a cape game, but also it's quite active.
Dodge, dip, dive, dodge.
That kind of thing, yeah. It's I don't know, it's cool. I like it. That's a good thing.
Speaking about space shooters, what was your favorite part of this last episode of The Orville?
Oh my gosh. I gotta say it was Gordon and John in those Pterodon fighters. That was awesome.
That was straight out of Star Wars.
Oh, was it ever? And then of course watching Kelly and Talea beating the crap out of each other. Oh my gosh. I mean, just wow. That whole episode was like, I cannot believe that wasn't a movie. I
Yeah,
really can't.
exactly,
Holy
yeah.
crap.
I definitely felt like watching a movie.
Oh my gosh. And like I love how the Union ships and all the other capital ships don't move like sluggish little Trek ships. They move almost like fighters unto themselves. That was crazy.
My only complaint, or not exactly a complaint, but criticism, is they should have foreshadowed the development of this device.
Well, they a little bit did. I mean, it showed up in more than one episode.
I don't remember seeing them mention anything in the previous episodes of that thing.
Well, they mentioned it. Like, remember when they sent Gordon back in time?
Yeah, I remember when they sent Gordon back in
Same
time.
device.
Was it?
Yes.
No, that was a time-traveling device. It was something
It's
else.
still the same. I remember it being the same
God.
device.
No, that was a different. That was that cone-shaped device thing. This is something different.
Okay, go back and watch the episode. I swear to you, it was the same device that they used. I swear. But even if it wasn't, though, my criticism, honestly, of season 3 is that, all right, and I know people are going to get on my case for this one, but I gotta say it. TV lesbians look too much like hot straight chicks. They don't walk the walk. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been nice if Charlie had had an undercut or something, just something to make her not look like a hot straight chick who is just gay by, like, by
They just
fiat
said
of the
it.
writers.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, there are straight presenting lesbians out there. That does exist, but it is so rare in narrative fiction for anyone that gives off dyke energy, unless it's like Orange is the New Black, and fuck it, they're all criminals. That's not okay. So it's like I would really like to see, like a sci-fi lesbian who reads dyke to me. I really would.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I said it on Twitter, and thankfully only one person talked to me about it, and it was a very civil, like understanding conversation. Of course, it's also a longtime friend, but even so, it's just something that's been sort of sticking in my craw a little. I'm not saying they have to go full on Judy from Cyberpunk 2077, but meet somewhere in the middle, please. I mean, I don't know if you guys.
I mean,
watched-
even Judy though was not like I don't think that was too far. I think that was perfect.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I could have some criticisms there. Honestly, when I first saw her character, I was like rolling my eyes, going, "Oh, how typical." But if you actually play the romance storyline, you see how sweet she really is.
She's fucking gorgeous. Like, she's an amazing person.
Yeah,
one of my favorite characters.
That whole thing underwater where you're looking at her old hometown. I mean, come on, right? And
it was great.
It's like there's a lot of depth to her character. But I mean, like, I don't know. Do you remember in Friends back in the day where, Ross's ex-wife is a lesbian and she gets a girlfriend, eventually a wife, and they both, like, just read as the most femme-presenting lesbians ever. And I was like, it felt like they were sanitizing homosexuality for straight audiences. Yeah,
I mean, I didn't watch Friends, but I know what you're talking about. My sister watched it a lot, so like I know of it through that.
It's just so frustrating to see like only one kind of TV lesbian. I don't know. Maybe it's just my thing, but let's see. Carol and Susan from Friends. Let me present some imagery here. Yeah. I mean, like, oh, look, they put overalls on her. It's like, that's just, come on. I mean, come on. But anyway. So that's really my only big complaint at all about season 3. The rest of it was great. I mean, seriously, I cannot believe Hulu has not yet said one way or another about renewing the Orville for season 4. Although I did see one interview with, what is his name, Peter Macon or something, who plays Bortus, and he was saying there was talk of a movie, like in the theater movie. So, I don't know. I just... Like, seriously, the Orville has become my absolutely most favoriteest sci-fi franchise. It's
Same
just,
here.
Yeah. Mind you, though, Tron is still my favorite sci-fi movie. So what you gonna do? I actually started, like, I found some mods for the Tron 2.0 video game, which is so much truer to the source material than that thing they tried to call a sequel. And it brought it up to today's specs, because, I mean, it's from, like, 2003 or some crap. And, like, so the resolution was pretty garbage. But the mods that made it better, I mean, honestly, it was like being in a Tron movie. It was that close to what the original was, and I loved it. I would give so much for a VR version of Tron, like Tron 82, not Legacy. I would give so much for that.
Moo.
But that's just me. You know me. I'm a bit of a psycho fan when it comes to that.
Yeah, I bet. But what the hell? I don't know. It's one of the things endearing about you.
Well, you know, it's funny because, like, apparently there's some sort of bullshit cryptocurrency that decided to call itself Tron. I think it's from, like, Korea or some crap. And so when you hashtag Tron on Twitter, their logo comes up. And I have been, like, giving Twitter daily shit for it, actually. Like, seriously, every day I post at least one GIF from Tron and say, here's your daily reminder that there's only one Tron. You know, I don't know if they'll catch on, but seriously.
Probably, but they'll ignore you anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm pissed off. I mean, hell, like, you know, I have no problem with the critical race theory, except I don't like that they stole CRT from cathode ray tubes. You know, find your own damn acronym.
Okay, but honestly, nobody uses cathode ray tubes anymore, so, you
That's actually
know.
not true. That's actually not true. They're apparently pretty good for some gaming systems still. People will buy them.
That actually surprises me.
You'd be surprised about a lot
Well,
of
I just
things.
said I was surprised. Now, didn't
I
I,
know,
Kate?
but, well, that's why I clarified with a lot of stuff, you see. But, I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
All I can say is, at least now with the flat screen things, I've got room for 2 monitors on my desk.
Only
That's
2.
good.
Only.
Only
Well, I have
2.
2.
I don't have room for any more than that. I can't hang them from the wall because, you know, we're talking about block and mortar here.
What? No. Hold on. Trying to get my camera to actually do something so I can show my monitors, but doggone it.
Well, you've got what, 3 monitors and 1 television or something?
One gigantic wall TV,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there are different devices.
They're trying to use CyberLink UCam. No. Ugh.
No,
I don't want to use that just because I activated my webcam, you bastards.
Yeah, let's show this while waiting here. That's
well.
the device. That's the time travel device. Is from.
No, but that's season 1.
No, that's the one. That's
Yes,
not,
but that's season 1.
no, that's
You
not.
gotta-
Season, no, that's not season 1.
Okay, I
that's the
swear
device.
they showed this device in an earlier episode. I swear to you.
This is device right there that they.
Yes, but that's episode 9. That's
Yeah.
not the same. Seriously, they showed that device, the one you're looking at, earlier in season 3. They did.
This device right here.
Yes.
I don't remember them showing that. And it wasn't that, but the other device was what would send them back in time.
I swear to you, they modified the device that sends them back in time to that device. I swear to you. Let me see here. Okay. Even if it's not the one they used to send Gordon back in time, I know I saw that particular device in an earlier episode. I know it for sure.
I'll be rewatching it after this last episode.
I can't even imagine what they're going to do in that last episode. I mean, there's so many things going on. If they ended on a cliffhanger, I'm going to be pissed unless they announce season 4 right after.
Yeah, they definitely should not end it in a cliffhanger. But here, if they do a season 4, they'll be getting like a lost episode from this season.
What do you mean?
Oh, they wrote 11 episodes for the season,
Oh.
but they only had time to film 10.
Well, you know, it's funny. They did something similar in season 1, the episode Jaloja with Bortus. That was
Yeah.
supposed to be the season 1 finale.
So if they do a 4th season and Seth wants to do that episode, I think he put it in a book or something too, if I remember correctly.
Well, you know, there's like at least one book and a bunch of comics that came out, and it's hard to keep up with it.
Yeah, I've been wondering if the comics are actually canon or not.
I believe they're supposed to be.
Yeah, cool.
And what's also canon is Isaac's head cannons. I know.
Notice how Kalon Prime is actually a little bit stockier and more tactical looking than Isaac?
Yeah, I have noticed that there are some physical differences. I find it a little odd, actually, that they're not all just Isaacs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. And did you notice how, like, in an earlier episode, Isaac mentioned just how quickly he can compute, you know? And then in this most recent episode, when the Kalon are consulting with each other, I mean, it's like they would have been several hundred subjective years conferring that long, don't you think?
Well, not if they can confer, like, you know, in a way, like, without having to speak, you know?
No,
Like-
that's what they did. That's what they did. Like you watch them glance at each other, you hear what sounds like a bunch of modem sounds going back and forth, and it took them several seconds to come to a conclusion. Given how fast Isaac says he can compute, that would have seriously been like a bunch of subjective years, the amount of
Yeah.
time they took.
Well, no, I mean, like, the way we communicate is incredibly inefficient. You know, it'll be a lot better when we get to a more transhumanist thing where we can actually, like, connect our brains to computers.
Which is what the Kalon were doing, I'm telling you.
I figured they used.
No, I'm just saying, like, that sounds really cool, and I'm hoping we could
information
get
at
no,
once.
sure, it sounds cool, but my point is that given how much time they spent conferring, it would have been several subjective years from their perspective of conferring. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, now it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Condensed down into a few seconds.
Right.
I'm working on trying to beat some maps. There's a new event that just came out in Arknights. It's a strategy game. Like you have different operators and you have enemies that, you know, will run around the map and you have to defeat them before they get to the exit. Stuff
Okay.
like this helps keep my brain sharp.
Well, I mean, it's not like I haven't been playing various forms of solitaire this whole time. Because I, you know, have.
It's like you have your vanguards that you put out first because they give you deployment points that allow you to put other more expensive units out because your vanguards are going to be your cheapest. And, you know, they can block and kill the enemies that come early on, but enemies usually get progressively harder to kill as you go along.
Yay. Oh, come on, you. Don't fall apart.
Like I said, Diana, just DM me on Twitter your address and I will mail this out tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, Dashu, let me...
1060 West Addison, Chicago. I guess I've just seen the Blues Brothers too many times because I have that address memorized for no good reason. I don't know. I always a little wary giving out my address to people, even when they have like the purest intentions Giving my address out, doxing myself to people, always feels a little
Scary?
dangerous, but yeah, scary. Like I am taking a risk if I tell people where I live.
Yeah, she doesn't want me showing up at her front door, right?
Well,
I can understand
that
that.
or someone sending me a gigantic dung bomb that's triggered when I open the box,
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you
that
go.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty tight-lipped to that stuff myself, so I understand.
Yeah.
I'm the only person in the world with my legal name. So there's only one, Highlander style. So if that ever got out there, like, I'd kind of be fucked.
Same
Well,
here.
I haven't been able to find anyone with my name either, using either form of my first name.
Okay.
So, now. But I mean, it's not like I've been secretive about my name. Hell, I'm in IMDb. I can't be. So,
I'm on IMDb too, but with a prior name, like my married name, because I was married at the time. I worked on that one project that actually got me an IMDb credit.
Yeah. What was it? You don't have to be specific, but just in general, what was it?
It was working on a friend of mine does like horror, like web films.
Ah.
Yeah, and I was actually cast as one of the leads for a zombie web series he was going to be doing. But then the writer decided they wanted to do a bunch of rewrites, and I couldn't make it for filming. So, but the crew T-shirt from the original filming, my face is on it. So,
Nice.
I still have it. I have one around here somewhere, but I do have pictures of it. So even if I can't find the actual shirt, I have, a photo of the shirt.
Well, I ended up working for a company that was contracted to make a really shitty video game based on a Disney movie that used the actors from the original movie. Thus, I ended up in IMDb.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm on the same page as Claudia Christian, who played Ivanova on Babylon 5. So that's awesome. And
That
Cree
is
Summer,
awesome.
for that matter. And she's been in fucking everything.
Yeah, my real
Like
name is
I
all that hard
actually
to
have
find, but,
I have a bacon score of, I think it's 3, because I was in a project with a guy who was in a project with Kevin Bacon.
Okay.
Oh, well, you know.
Yes, Don Novello was a voice in this. Don Novello is Father Guido Sarducci, if you remember him.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm on the same page as that fella. Jennifer Hale, Corey Burton, John Aylward. It's kind of annoying, though. The main character in the movie was played by Michael J. Fox, and his voice is not in the video game. So, oh well.
Moo.
Why do I know the name Jennifer Hale, though? I know her from somewhere. I really should know all this stuff, but what you gonna do? Yeah. Oh, come on. I'm sure she's not all voices. Oh, well. It's kind of funny, though, sometimes when you find someone who's primarily a voice actor doing a live action role. Like, what's his name? Brian Tochi, who I know best as Karate 1 from Bionic 6, was also in Revenge of the Nerds.
Okay, then.
Yeah. And Rob Paulson, the voice of, like, Yakko Warner, Pinky, at least 2 Ninja Turtles. He was in, I forget if it was Piranha 1 or Piranha 2, The Spawning, but he was in one of those.
Okay, then.
Yeah. But a friend of mine, he, I don't think he's on the IMDb with me, because the project that I was in didn't end up getting an IMDb credit, and he ended up being in the zombie web series. And we were supposed to be co-stars in it, but he actually works in Hollywood. He actually was on an episode of Dr. G Medical Examiner. He played one of because they do reenactments of how the person died on that show where Dr. Jan Garavaglia does the autopsy for them here in Orange County, Florida. So he actually was on an episode of that, and I was so super jealous because Dr. G, like, that's who I wanted to be. Like, I wanted to be a medical examiner.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the autism or whatever. I don't really like things that are too squishy and foldy, like guts and brains and intestines, all that crap. So I could never be a medical examiner. Like, I don't have a problem with blood. Not a fan of guts.
Well, I look at it this way. Like, I couldn't decide whether I wanted to be a detective or a doctor, and I thought that that was a good way of splitting the difference because you help find the forensic evidence that puts bad people away, and you're also giving closure to families who might not otherwise know why their loved one passed away. So, it's equal parts counselor, forensic scientist, and doctor,
Well, I could have done Dexter's job, I think. The one where you like examine blood
The blood
patterns
splatter.
and figure out like the vectors on which the blood flew from the bullet wound. I could do that.
It's kind of math heavy.
Well, maybe, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, I could stand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, and like I had a plan and everything. Like, I was gonna fucking go in the military and do one tour of service, and then I was going to use the GI Bill and then work as a stripper for the rest of the money that I needed for med school.
All right.
I had the figure for it. I had a dance background,
I understand that combination is not all that uncommon.
No, it's really not. Like, I have a friend who, like, she is a stripper and she does it because she enjoys it. Like, it's an athletic thing. She's done pole dancing competitions and everything. It also paid for her boob job that she wanted badly. So, hey, do you? She makes a good living. She's got a comfortable existence doing something she enjoys. I'm all for it. But there were girls there that were engineers. They were going to like Embry-Riddle and still working, just to try to fucking pay tuition.
Back in Seattle, I knew someone who loved pole dancing so much she started a school. Which, like, I mean, hey, go ahead, sure, no problem. I also know someone who got a like a degree in psychology by being a hooker because she can blow your mind.
There you go.
Just saying.
Honestly, I mean, I considered prostitution because I don't have any hangups about sex. Like, I don't have to have an emotional connection to have sex with somebody, but it's just not as safe. If you go to a reputable club as a stripper, you are much better protected.
I've heard,
And like, hell, even when I used to give my friend a ride home before she had a car, like, they would put me in the back with the girls when they closed down for the night, and they made sure that everybody was gone and that the cars were gone for the parking lot before they'd let the girls leave. And then they walked everybody out to their cars just in case someone wasn't hiding behind a dumpster somewhere. And they were the big bouncer guys. Like, they looked out for the girls. If someone got like rough or fresh or touched the girls, which you weren't supposed to do, like, they'd get fucking tossed out on their ass. And that would be the kind of establishment I would work at, where I know that I'm, going to be protected by management, doing that kind of a job.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. The community's resident stripper, I'm trying to remember what her name is. She's written a couple books already.
Erin Louise?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I love her.
She had stories like that.
Brilliant.
About that.
What's the joke? You can't touch them, they can't touch you, you can't touch yourself, and you give them all your money.
Yeah.
Can't touch this. Anyway.
One of these days, Kate, I'll ask you for your measurements and I'll make you some MC Hammer pants.
Well, that's the thing, is I've never actually, I've never written down my measurements, so I don't remember what they are. I've been measured, but I don't actually have a record of it, and my memory is garbage, especially since the seizures. So I'm gonna have to get my measurements.
I mean, honestly though, I could just make them like with an elastic. So if you just tell me like what your general like size is and how tall you are, I could probably come up with an approximation and just put elastic in them so they won't be like, so you have some give there so it doesn't have to be as precise.
Well, the truth is, I'm probably not that likely to wear them, even if I have them.
It's for the memes.
Well, it's fine. I mean, like, I know he's mostly kidding, but Stool keeps bugging me to have a photo shoot in a Starfleet uniform.
Do you have a Starfleet uniform?
I do not. The closest I have is like the top half of an Enterprise uniform. So it's basically a jacket instead of a jumpsuit.
Okay, then.
It's the closest I've got.
I'll have to like look into it and see if I can't find a pattern and see if I can't make something.
I guarantee you there's cosplay sites that have
patterns. Absolutely. It's just I have a lot on my plate right now, but like when I have some downtime and when I don't have like 24 projects I need to get to, I'll look into it and see, because I might make one for me and that'll be like my prototype, and then it might be fun to make one for you too.
And I definitely appreciate that. One thing I've actually been wanting for quite some time, and I was having someone working on this before the pandemic hit, and then she disappeared. I hope nothing happened. Was sort of a like a duster style jacket, but in kind of a cyberpunkish style. And I had like tons of reference art for the kind of thing I wanted. But I like we lost contact with each other, and I don't know whatever happened to the project. It's a shame, really. And also at the time I was living in San Diego, so like it didn't even really make sense to have one. Now I'm living in a place where winters get cold, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, honestly, when the first Underworld movie came out, I was actually working at Regal Cinemas, and I got to go to work dressed up in my faux leather pants with my knee-high boots and my faux leather duster trench coat. Like I had a corset on and everything. They let me dress up like Celine, and my hair was actually a fucking black bob at the time. So, it was definitely a trip, and I fucking love those movies.
Not my thing, but hey.
I mean, it wasn't too dissimilar from Trinity's outfit, if I'm being honest.
Still not really my thing. I mean, around about the 90s, everything started getting sort of dark, and it never recovered. And as an 80s kid who loves, neon, chrome, and grids everywhere, I just,
yeah, don't watch Illuminati's corporate casket on Lisa Frank. It'll make you feel very sad.
Yeah, I don't think I will.
Because apparently it was like not a good place to work. They were terrible to their employees. But I do miss Lisa Frank stuff. Like I had all kinds of Lisa Frank stuff when I was in school, because, I was in school in the 90s. And it was really big then.
Funny thing is, I was in school in the 90s as well, but I was a non-traditional.
1890s.
Yeah. I was a non-traditional student. I went back to college in 91.
Ugh. Man, why the hell am I may have to uninstall my webcam
ready or not,
software
here I
because
come.
it will not cooperate.
Yeah, I was using Cyberlink UCam for a while, but then I got a new camera, and it has software that's so much better. I mean, it doesn't have like the crazy add-ons that UCam does, where you can do like funky backgrounds and stuff, but as far as like fine tuning the picture, and the exposure, the picture, the fucking
and that's the
zoom.
only reason I want it. I mean,
Yeah, it's great.
ever since I stopped making live videos, I really haven't needed webcam software. But almost everything I find wants a buttload of money to remove the watermarks, and they don't have the basic functions I need. And even UCam, I mean, maybe the paid version will do something other than AVIs, but I can't get it to do like MP4s anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I got the paid version of UCam when it was on sale. I got it for like 20 or 25 bucks, which is like, you know what, that's not bad. You know, it's not, you know. And yeah, like that's what I used before, and I do still have it installed. It's just the camera that I have and I'm using right now is my brother-in-law recommended it because I'm actually planning on starting to do, you know, I'm gonna do like some gaming streams. So I wanted a, you know, better quality camera. But I can do the zoom, I can adjust contrast, saturation, sharpness, metering, compensation, exposure, like white balance, processing. I can add noise reduction, you know, like there's a lot I can do in here, and it does have some effects. Like I can do like there's a blur effect and like a few others, and it looks like I can add other effects like after the fact. So I haven't really played around with it much, but I do need to do that.
Well, I mean, being able to adjust things like exposure and focus and all of that is pretty basic stuff. It's just for some reason they don't have it built into like Meet, for example, or Windows itself doesn't seem to have it, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you remember when I used to come into these streams and my camera would be showing me like so dark you couldn't even see my features? The only way I ever found to adjust that was going into UCam, adjusting all the settings, closing UCam, and coming into here. And it's like that should not be necessary.
That I just typed it in the chat. That's the camera that I got, and I got it during a Prime Day sale, so it was discounted. It's not super cheap, but it is a really nice camera. I am very happy with it. And I plan on putting it to use for more than just streams, but it's like I get invited onto these streams and I felt bad having a crappy webcam where it's all blurry and stuff, especially on like whenever Godless Granny has me on, because she's got, you know, like a really professional. It's not just kind of like chill hangout like Purple and Diana do, which even then I feel kind of obligated to look nice for those. I just haven't put makeup on since I got sick. But you know, when I'm doing one of Gigi's like interview videos where she has me as a co-host, it's like I feel like bad if my camera doesn't look good, and I was having a lot of issues where it kept like disconnecting and getting all wonky. So it's like, all right, I need a new one. And then when this one went on sale, I grabbed it. It's the same one my brother-in-law uses for his gaming streams.
Moo.
And like I said, it comes with its own software that I've only dealt with the basic side of it, like adjusting, you know, noise reduction, white balance, contrast, exposure, those things. But it's great. It does what it needs to do, and it does have a whole section for effects. But like I said, I haven't played with those yet.
What are we talking about?
My camera. I figured, you know, if I'm gonna be, you know, on streams, or if I'm gonna start doing, you know, gaming streams once a week where I'm streaming on Twitch, then it would make sense to have a better quality camera for that.
I'm seeing like just a Logitech, which is what my camera is, webcam software. I don't know if it's going to be free or what. They don't even say on the page. That's annoying.
Well, when I bought this camera, like I just went to the Elgato site and downloaded the software. It didn't cost me anything.
Well, it'd be nice if they were a little more explicit with me.
Yeah. But no, it's the Elgato Facecam. It's owned by Logitech, but it is like, it's basically, Elgato is to Logitech what Alienware is to Dell. It's like, it, you know, a niche category inside, like it got bought out by Logitech.
Oh, I
whereas
thought
Dell bought out Alienware.
I had thought that Elgato was Corsair.
No, Logitech bought them out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, hi there, Mr. Snugglebug.
I got my. Yeah. What's that?
What's what?
Oh man.
No, that's a human child, Mage.
No, it was just some weird noise.
Oh.
My offspring decided to come snuggle. I think he's still feeling a little bit tired and under the weather as well. It's like we're not like, we don't have COVID any longer, but the after effects are still kind of rough. Like he's fallen asleep in the car. Like I've had to go up to Daytona twice. I went Thursday and Saturday, and he fell asleep in the car on the way back both times, and he never does that anymore. Like he used to when he was little, and he'd take a nap in the car on the ride home, but he hasn't napped in ages, and he just seems a little run down, a little tired. But I know the feeling. Like the fatigue's still impacting me. You sleepy boy?
Yes.
Yes. You want to go lay down on your Feel Better mattress? If you feel tired, you can take a nap. It's okay. You need lots of rest to feel all better. Like the computer room and my sewing room, it's the same room. It's technically, the foyer area because my front door's right there. And then the dining room table's right there. And my sewing stuff's here. My computer's here. And like it has completely been overrun with his stuff. Like the dining room table, one corner of it has a cutting mat and a ruler. And the other 3/4 is just all his toys. And then we've got the queen size air mattress inflated over here. So he's basically been living on that mattress all day since he got sick.
I'm sitting here munching on a pineapple I grew.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, me.
So, speaking of munching, I found these at the gas station yesterday, and I grabbed them because they sounded interesting. They are crunchy peanuts, and they have like a cracker shell on them, and then they're tossed in tahine, chili, and lime. So they're like really good. They're not super spicy, but they pack a big punch of flavor. It's really good.
Moo.
Would like to
This
have that
Logitech
pineapple
software
bigger.
seems okay, but I don't really seem to be able to change the format in which it records.
Like I said, I haven't played around with it too much for recording, only for streaming.
Well,
Oh.
I mean, when I was doing my videos, everything was edited. I don't know if you've seen my my bloopers videos, but like when I would go off script accidentally or I'd screw something up, I absolutely needed to edit, but that means I need to be able to control the format in which things are recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still working on all that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Candy Purple says that it's a good thing you got your son the Lego alligator set. I guess it'll be discontinued in a couple of months.
Yeah, this next.
I think he has 2 copies of it. I might get him a 3rd one so he can build all 3 things.
Oh.
All right. Well, it does seem to have recorded in MP4 format, like it or lump it. That could work. Let's see. Yes, I want to change it. Oh, perfect. Excellent. Oh, I'm happy with this, actually.
Oh?
Let's see. Yeah.
When I do this garden tour, I'll just be doing a all-in-one take kind of thing. It's kind of like how I did the first one. Just to be raw, relatively unedited.
I have a bloopers thing where I absolutely love this one. I was trying to say Norse mythology, but it kept coming out as North mythology. And I did take after take after take to the point where I would be 3 words from it and just bust out laughing because I was expecting it.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, it's like I love like the bloopers things I did just because I get to show the world how perfect I'm not, but also just
Right.
because some of them are hilarious. In fact, I like, and I'm never doing this again because it took so much editing. But for 1 year, I did every blooper compilation for that entire year. It's like a half hour of me fucking up, and there's a good minute of just me or one of the cats hitting the microphone.
Oh, I remember that one with Columbia grabbing your mic.
I don't know. So yeah, my videos were all just strictly scripted, like very tightly scripted. I had to, or it would just be a lot of me going, what I was trying to say, all that, and nobody wants to watch
What
that
had
shit.
happened was the sun was in my eyes, and we were down at the Quickie Mart next to the Tumbies, and then I lost my phone and new phone who it is.
Something like that, yeah. Anyway, I honestly am starting to lose my voice, so I think I gotta go.
Okay.
To podokostata yakere.
I'll catch you Wednesday, I guess.
Okay,
Later.
that sounds like fun.
Laters.
You be good and have fun, dear. Oh my. One by one, they're falling away.
One by one, the penguins steal my sanity.
There you go.
I wish that pineapple had been bigger. It was only about the size of a baseball.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I was at dialysis yesterday, and I reach into my bag, and my penguins aren't there. I have penguin slippers to keep my tootsies warm. And then here they are on the floor. Oh my, so I have to remember. Oh, son of a bitch. These won't stay on my head. And I thought I had such a fat head. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Don't fall apart. Don't fall apart. Damn it. Oh, and now it came apart again. This is the poo-poo-ness is what it is. I don't know if you know the poo-poo-ness, but it is the poo-poo-ness. Okay, come on. Come on. No, you little piece of crap. Alright, now let's try that again, huh? There it goes, sort of. Oh my. Yeah, but my oh my, oh my, oh my. There we go, my penguins. They go on the feet. This doesn't sound right. Did it come apart? Something's not right. Something is just not right. Where are we?
Glued on at the Dollar Tree. At least you used to be able to. I don't know if you can anymore.
The Dollar Tree stopped selling a bunch of stuff. They used to get these like apple flavored licorice sticks from there, and they stopped selling them.
Here we go. I got my headset working again.
I've never seen the apple flavored.
Yeah,
flavor.
there was a different. It was a different. It wasn't. It was a Swizzlers brand. I think it was called.
Huh.
Or, what was the brand name? It was green apple flavored.
Maybe Jolly Rancher?
No, it wasn't Jolly Rancher. It was
Yeah, my sister asked me to make her a bag to hold her nail polish, so That's what I'm working on right now. It's my first time at my sewing machine since, I got sick. It feels weird because I usually try to sew a little, every day, or I won't go more than a day or two without touching my sewing machine. This is the longest I've gone in ages.
Switzer's candy.
Oh,
Okay.
them. Yeah.
Now for the fun part.
You
It's
set
a
fire
bonded
to it.
polyester thread, so when I'm done sewing it, I've got to trim it down a little bit, and then I get to basically set fire to it to melt it, because otherwise the thread can unravel. I use two different threads. Like the one in the bobbin is just a standard regular thread, and then the one in the top is actually on a little stand next to my sewing machine, and it's a big spool of it, and this is a bonded polyester thread, so it's much stronger, but you have to melt the ends, otherwise it can fray.
Moo. It will og and it will foo. Yeah. What have we got over in the besides
How's
that?
everybody in chat doing?
Yeah, I was just going over there to look.
Sweet
Allegedly,
purple.
we've got 3 watching.
One person watching then, because I'm there. I'm just guessing one's you.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
usually,
actually not watching.
Okay, so we
right
got one
now.
person watching.
Yeah,
All
that
right.
would
I'm
be,
guessing.
that would be
I'm gu-
purple.
Yeah, that must be purple.
Well, why not come in here? We could use another girl. Come on,
I
Perps.
guess she's saying that she's sleep deprived.
Yeah,
Okay. Sleep deprivation is a bitch.
Moo.
Yeah. Every time I try and get on a schedule, my fatigue throws me off again.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I really wish I could. I can control the pain for the most part from the arthritis, but I can't seem to get the fatigue under control. Really drives me up a wall.
Este Petrada Balaka. I don't know. It's probably going to lie down pretty soon because the NECA's always doing its background thing, but we'll see what happens. And,
Well, I'm here for you, Di. I will stay until you decide to call it.
well, I
Yep.
guess you, yay, and good stuff and everything, and yeah, especially since there's really nobody listening in. Well, I mean, purple is somebody, but you know what we mean, right? I certainly hope so.
I'll call it.
And I'm looking when you were. What is that rack to your left? There's a rack sort of thing. Okay, now move your finger toward the front a little bit. Oh, that's your serger. That's what that is.
The serger's that's right there.
Yeah, that over there. Now we know. Now we understand what's going on.
Yeah, and then that's just a storage cube bin behind me, and it's got fabric and vinyl and stuff like that in there.
Okay, there. SERGER.
The serger was about $200.
Moo trims the seam and encloses the seam allowance or edge of the fabric inside a thread casing all in one step.
Which is why
Okay.
it's really good with stretch fabrics, because you could sew an entire garment on a serger. Or you can just serge the edges and then sew it, on a traditional sewing machine.
Okay, then.
But I've seen people sew entire outfits like on a serger, like especially if you're making something like leggings and like, a stretchy like tank top or something like that, a serger is perfect for sewing those. It's got 2 needles and 4 threads. And it is kind of a nightmare trying to thread it because you have 4 different threads you have to thread exactly right.
Oh, my.
And then it creates a chain, and then that chain basically encases the edge of your thing. Like, actually, if you look at most clothing has serging on it, like in the seams, especially stretch clothing, but even non-stretch clothing. Like my leggings here, like this is a serge seam here, and on the inside.
Okay, then.
It's definitely, a great way for garment finishing. I mean, there's ways to, finish your garments without a serger. Like, it's not necessary, but it's one of those, like, convenience things that it makes life a lot easier.
Uh-huh. God, now you've got me thinking back. I don't know why it reminded me, but my babka's Singer treadle sewing machine. I wish I could have got my hands on that, but unfortunately, no, that didn't work. It was vintage, I don't know, maybe 1920.
Oh, wow. Yeah, not a lot of those still, like, around anymore.
Yeah.
And not because they didn't work, but people didn't want they wanted the shiny new thing, not
Yeah.
the solid workhorse old thing.
And this was the one that was built into the table, and it had the drawers on either side, so you had space for your needles and your bobbins, and
Thing's expensive now.
yeah, extremely. I mean, I'm seeing what is there we go. Okay, allegedly this is the sewing machine on the table with the 4 drawers for $478. She taught me how to sew on that. Oh, Jesus. Here's one. I cannot. Okay, I think this is somebody other than Singer. They want $1,600 for it. Let's see what we've got here, huh?
That is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more spare change than I've got.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than this machine costs too, by quite a bit.
Okay, come on. There you go. Yeah, but there she is.
Gonna show the rest of us?
Are you able to see it?
I don't see anything.
Let me go see if I can go over here. Okay, I think I see what it's.
Oh, okay. I see on the regular
Yeah, I
YouTube
think
chat. I don't sit here.
the OBS picks it up, I guess, without sharing it. But for you to see it on the internal, I've got to share it. There you
Okay.
go. That'll get you there. But I tell you, I love the finish on it,
That is really
Yeah.
nice.
and I don't
Looks
have
like
room
a-
for it.
Looks like it was well taken care of.
Yeah, very, very. Yeah, there are so many things I'd like to have, and I've no space for them. There was the piano when I was at a Goodwill a while back, and they had a console piano. The action needed a bit of work, but I know how to do it. And $25. But I had no way to get it here, and nowhere to put it once I got it here. Damn it!
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And yeah, you can see what Purple's saying in the side chat about how they had to come up with new features and all that, and the old ones wouldn't break down.
Right, absolutely. They were built like tanks.
Yeah, no, like eventually I'll have an actual whole room dedicated to my sewing. Like, eventually we might close in this back porch here and turn it into another room, and then I would essentially put like shelving up and have it designed as an actual sewing room instead of it being a sewing corner in a larger room.
You're starting to
And
sound like he who shall not be named.
yeah. But to be fair, before I even met that person, I was into sewing and I had plans on this. So,
Okay then.
the other option would be to clear out everything in the garage and then essentially turn the garage into a sewing
Yeah.
space. But I would have to air condition it. It'd be much easier to just add a room and by closing in the back porch and just run a little bit of more duct work out there, as opposed to trying to, because when we would build the walls, we would put insulation in, whereas there's really not much insulation in the garage,
Mm-hmm. Now I could live I am living in something this size. I mean, it's not killing me to not have that much space, but it would be so nice to be able to have the space for a library, a workshop, a sewing room, a studio.
Well, my office and library would be one room at least.
Yeah.
Right, or if we could expand out a bedroom, have a bedroom library office combo.
Yeah.
That'd be good for me too. But that would be if just me, if I didn't have finding somebody else to live with and all that. Then...
Purple, the one that you put in the side chat, is that Tim Humpkin? Is that the Secret Life of the Sewing Machine?
Yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
Remastered.
I love that entire series. He had a really good way of doing the history of. He did sewing machine, vacuum cleaner, television, central heating system. I think 3 separate series that he did. And he's doing something now too. I think it's The Secret Life of Parts or something.
And all I can think of is the brave little toaster.
Okay.
The Brave Little Toaster?
Yeah.
It was a cartoon, like, animated
Yeah,
film from, like, the 80s.
Yeah, I know the cartoon.
Yeah, I downloaded those remasters.
I loved the Brave
Components,
Little
that's
Toaster when
it.
I was a kid.
That's it. Yeah.
There was some dark stuff in that cartoon.
Yeah, there was.
I tell you, though, what really got me is when I started watching Secret Life of Components, I was shocked at how old he is. But that's only because I'm old too. What are you doing, kitty face?
Phasing in and out of existence, apparently.
Yeah, look at that. It's a kitty face. You is a kitty face. Yes, you is.
Cute little kitty.
You is that kitty. Oh, yes. We love that kitty. Oh, yes, we do. We love that kitty. Moo, 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 moo. I'm really weird.
Yeah, well, my mind was substituting a different word.
Insane?
No. Let's just say it would be a lesbian anthem.
Okay. Yes, you kitty. You kitty. She's such a good kitty. It scares me that she's probably going to outlive me.
Well, I mean, don't worry. I'm sure that somebody in the community will take her in, you know,
Moo.
if that does happen, and that she'll get a good home.
Because I'm not sure I want to live as long as some people say they want me to live. I'm not sure I want to live into my 90s.
I don't really want to live that long either.
Oh, my.
But then, you know, I have to think of the fact that I have a child, and it's like, you know, the longer I live, the longer I'm there for him. So
Yeah, that is a consideration. It is.
I'm probably gonna live long enough to outlive all my friends and make new ones and outlive them too.
the only way I'd want to like live fucking that long is if by either magic or mechanics my body got fixed. Like, I don't care if it's becoming an immortal vampire and have it fix all of what ails me, or if it's more akin to like the Major from Ghost in the Shell, where I'm essentially just a fucking cyborg. Like, I don't care. Either one's fine. You know, it can be a vampire thing or a transhumanism thing. Like, just fix my body, and then I don't mind living longer.
Yeah, I could use a few repairs.
Oh, I know that feeling. Oh, my word.
And that's it. Like, I'm not asking too much, you know? Just fucking fix what's broken. Like, I'm broken, fix it, you know?
I was doing pretty well until about a year ago. Until the kidneys finally went south, and then everything started going wrong at the same time.
I mean, ain't that just how it tends to go, though?
Yeah, really. I mean, the kidneys went to hell, and then back in April is when my arthritis got really, really, really bad. It's amazing how it did that all at once. I don't know if the discs fell apart all at the same time, or if it just went the right way, but one day in April, I just moved the head the right way, and I'm starting to scream in pain, and that's when it started hurting constantly.
Being in constant pain is exhausting.
Yes,
Like,
it is. It is very much.
It is so draining.
Yeah.
And most people don't realize that it's not even just the pain. Like, the pain's an issue, sure, but it saps you of your energy, and it saps you of your will to do things that make you happy, which at that point it makes you depressed and miserable. And they're like, oh, you know, you're in pain, so start an antidepressant because, you know, the pain's caused by the depression. It's like, nay, it's the other way around. The depression is caused by the pain.
Yeah. Oh, man. I tell you, Purple, that's got to be scary. That's got to be a lonely existence to outlive everybody.
Yeah,
I
you get
mean,
used to it.
most people I wouldn't mind outliving, you know, like there's a selective few that I would not want to outlive.
Move beef.
The number one um the number one being my son.
Yeah.
You know, like
Oh man, that's always the worst thing to bury a kid.
I would probably not be long for the world if I had to do that. Like if I'm being honest, like, you know, I deal with chronic pain and it's like I do it because he needs me and I'm here for him, you know, and I
Yeah.
love him, but I would probably follow him shortly thereafter if the worst
It's
were to happen.
it's not easy for me to feel bad for the slimy bastards, but I almost feel bad for them because they buried their younger daughter.
Mm.
My sister died at the age of 46.
Yeah. Parents
So
are not meant to outlive their children.
yeah. So what did they do? They cut off their older daughter. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh
But
my.
anyone that would be willing to do that, you know, you're better off without.
Yeah, pretty much. I tell you, it's been a great few years. You know, nobody's been constantly telling me everything I do, say, think, and am is wrong simply because I do say, think, and am it. You know.
I mean, I'm very much a proponent of I don't care if they're family, if they are toxic and causing you misery, it might be better off to cut them out, you
Uh
know?
huh. Hey Brian, how you doing, honey?
It might sound cold and heartless, but you only have this one life. There's no sense allowing people to make you miserable, whether they're related to you or not.
Right, right. No, it's what well, there are many things for which I will never forgive them, but one of them is letting the cottage that Babka and Detko had go to ruin, and then just dumping it off. They took everything out of it without putting anything into it for maintenance, and then my cousin finally got bored with it and then sold it off. Oh God, I love that place. When I was quite young, I would be crying all the way back to Cleveland whenever we'd go out there, and I don't think they quite understood how much I love that place.
Or maybe they did and it was a spite thing.
Could be, could easily
I tend
be.
to not think the best of people.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, that's just because I've had a lot of experiences with really shitty people. So I tend to be a little bit more jaded and cynical when it comes to things like that. Especially with some of the horror stories that you've shared.
Yeah, unfortunately. No, I wish that I could go out there and go to the cottage as it was and just basically spend the rest of my life there. You know, because as I say, I'm not expecting to live too much longer, so it wouldn't be all that long. It would just be nice to do a little swimming and a little fishing, and then climb into the hammock in the backyard in the warm summer air, fall asleep, and not wake up.
I mean, I can't think of a better way to go, you know. Peacefully in your sleep
Yeah.
and somewhere
like-
that means a great deal to you.
Like my grandmother, she had her favorite snack of Bailey's Irish cream and potato chips. She had two young there's kids there. One of them giving her a foot massage. She falls asleep and dies in her sleep while she's getting a foot massage.
Oh man,
Yeah.
what a way to go!
Man, that's like right up there with best ways to go.
Yeah. the two
And
youngest kids right there next to her.
like, it might sound morbid, but like, it's important to think about and make plans for your end of life, you
Yeah.
know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And like, I plan on getting some paperwork drafted up here soon that if something happens to me and my partner, who's my son's father, that custody of him would go to my sister,
Okay.
because usually it would go to the grandparents, and it could, be fought out, or he could end up like a ward of the state. But like, my youngest sister knows how I want him raised, and shares similar values
Yeah,
to
okay.
me,
Yeah.
and she's kind of my backup plan if something were to happen, like if the worst were to happen. So, and I think it's important to have those kinds of plans, like especially if you have a special needs child, but even if you
Yes.
don't,
Yeah.
it's important to make those kinds of plans. And you should have, a living will, even if you don't have like an estate or anything. You should have a will and an advance directive, because your family could come in, like say in the case of a trans person. You have a trans woman and she dies, and her family are her next of kin, so they'd be the ones making the decision, and then
Yeah.
they hold a funeral service where
For
they're put in
dead name.
masculine clothes,
Yep.
dead named,
Yep.
and they'll have a haircut, and they will essentially bury a male presenting body.
Yeah.
And that's just so fucked. But if you have an advance directive saying, no, I want this, I am a woman, I want to be buried in a dress,
Yeah.
and I want to have my hair styled like a 50s pinup model, like whatever, like,
Betty Page.
do you like, you want the Betty Page treatment,
Yeah.
like, but you put these things in there and you get them notarized, and make sure you have a copy and give a copy to somebody that you trust, so that when the time comes, they can then present that paperwork that
Yeah.
it's signed, it's notarized, it's a legal document at that point that says, no, the family does not get to determine how this person is treated for their funeral.
Yeah.
Also, whether you want to be cremated or not. Like, a lot of families, if they don't have that conversation, they might have a funeral with a casket that's going to cost them thousands of dollars,
Yeah.
and they can't afford it, when the person's like, nah, just fucking cremate me and toss my ashes in one of those things that grows a tree,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
or donate my body to science. I don't care. But if the family doesn't know, they could go into debt trying to do right by you, because you never had the conversation that, nah, you're fine with just being cremated.
Mm-hmm. What scares me, though, is the very real possibility that I will have my independence snatched from me. But I don't
That's
know.
always a horrifying thought.
Yeah, my dad always said this to dispose of me the cheapest way possible.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter.
Like, I want to be cremated, and ideally, have my cremains sent off to the company that turns them into a gem. So it's like they make like synthetic gems out of them by
Okay.
using heat and pressure. And I just thought that was a really cool thing, because then you could have that jewelry, that gem laid in jewelry, and it could be an heirloom, as opposed to, like, my grandmother was cremated, and my grandfather had, essentially a shrine to my grandmother with her cremains, like, on an altar, basically, with pictures of her, like some of her jewelry and everything. And like, that's fine for him, because he never remarried, he never got over losing her. But then, like, eventually it's like, then he passed away and he was cremated and his remains were put with hers. But then, the kids, it's like, what are we going to do with the ashes, for the kids? And then, like, further down the line, it's like, you just going to like pass the ashes down through the family. It's like, you can, but not everybody would really want them. Whereas
Mm.
once it's turned into a precious stone, because it's essentially the carbon from your body, and minerals from your body, like, gets turned into a precious stone, it's not quite as
Morbid.
and icky,
Daí eu
for
gosto.
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, I have a friend who their their father died, and so their mom had a pendant made where from the records it was of the guy's thumbprint. So it's a little gold pendant with the guy's fingerprint on it.
Okay. Okay then.
That's pretty neat.
I
I
don't know.
actually have a necklace that has the remains of my cat Celine. She passed away 2 months ago, and her ashes are actually up on the shelf over here. Like, I have like a little like thing right there next to the mask. Celine's
The
remains
little wooden
are
box.
up there. Hmm.
Yeah, I
But
have a box like that for Miranda.
there's a small amount of her remains inside of this little butterfly charm necklace that my dad got for me.
Oh my.
Yeah, I still have a bunch of feathers from my bird, and what I did was I got a cuddle clone. It's a little custom plush that they make from pictures of the animal.
Okay.
Aw,
Okay.
that's cute. Yeah, I know that bird was important to you.
And I don't know if you've seen scientist Mel talk about her dog that died.
Yeah,
She got a
yeah.
clone of that dog.
I didn't. When did her dog die? Was
Not
it
that.
recently?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
pretty recently. It was the past month or two.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't really kept up with Mel, like the
Yeah,
last few months.
yeah. And apparently, a neighbor's dog got loose and killed her dog.
Jesus.
And
That's how one of my cats died. The guy, so the guy that owned the house next door, he used to hang out on the front porch all the time, and my cat Binks would go and chill next to him. Like, it was like they were good buddies. And then he moved, but still owned the house, and he rented it out. And he had specifically said, no large dogs. Well, they moved in and they brought a large dog that they had actually used like a stuffed like cat to like train it to attack things,
Oh,
which was
great.
Jeez.
weird. And my cat was 13 at the time, and she just couldn't make it up the tree fast enough. And the neighbor was devastated. Like, I mean, not as
Oh,
much as me,
sure.
obviously, but he felt so bad because it was someone he rented the house to that led to, the death of our cat. That I had that cat for 13 years.
Mm.
That's the really hard part when, yeah, you and non-human animal in question have that long a history.
I mean, Celine, she was almost 17. And when I got her, she was in a box of abandoned kittens. She was the runt. They still had their umbilical cords attached, and I had to nurse her every 2 hours, with a bottle to, help her to stay alive. And I wasn't sure if she was even going to make it, but she did, and she thrived, and she got me through some of the hardest times in my life. And
Yeah, same with
I
my
mean,
bird.
17 years. Like, she was just shy of 17.
Yeah, my bird was 16 when she died. And
I mean, that's half my life,
Daí eu gosto. Yeah.
yeah, when I got her, my mom had just passed away. Still wasn't even living in my house yet. It was still being redone. So a friend actually he took the bird in for me for about a year before I could get everything moved back in. And my friend also had a cockatiel as well, and that one was flying. And I remember one time we had this big tall pillow sitting on her bed, and the cockatiel flew over, landed on the pillow, and mine wanted to be up by the other cockatiel, but she couldn't fly yet, so she just hopped up and down around on the pillow.
No. That's adorable.
Yeah.
Oh, foo-foo bees. Oh. Oh no.
What's wrong?
Brian Stevens says lost a female shepherd to a raccoon, ripped her from stem to stern.
Ooh. Raccoons can be vicious.
Yes, they
Yes,
can.
they can.
I mean, they're super adorable. I love them like from a distance, but you know, it's one of those things like I've got that dream that I can be like fucking what was it, Ellie Mae Clampett, where I can have a pet raccoon and
Oh
everything.
yeah.
Like because they're so adorable, but honestly, it's just the danger.
Yep.
It's not worth it.
When I was little, my neighbors had a pet raccoon, and it would chase me around the yard. I mean, it was just playing, but
Yeah.
still.
I mean, like I want to get a fox as a pet, but I'd want one of the Russian domesticated foxes because they've actually,
Oh yeah.
really worked hard on domesticating them. And I mean, I wouldn't mind having just a regular fox, but it's a lot of work because it is still a wild animal. Even if you raise it from, a tiny little kit, it's still going to have wild impulses and it could have aggression issues. Whereas the domesticated foxes, they've selectively bred out, aggression from them, where they are pretty close to a dog in temperament.
Yeah.
But it's still a fox because foxes are like my favorite animal. Just like I love corvids for birds, but like the raven is my favorite.
Yeah, they bred out all the aggression and just left the floof.
Yes. And they basically started out and they started with, foxes that were already, relatively tame, because there's a difference between a tamed animal and a domesticated one. And so they started with tame foxes and then selectively bred for ones that didn't have a fear or aggression towards humans, that were much more like mild-tempered, mild-mannered. And eventually, after, decades, they now have essentially the closest thing to a domestic fox you're going to get.
Yeah, and what I understand from what I've read anyway is the process of domestication changed their physical appearance quite a bit.
Yeah, they do look a little bit more like dogs now.
Yeah.
They still have their foxy features, but they definitely have a slightly more like canine look to them, like or domestic canine look.
Yeah, there's one I found.
Yeah, they're so fucking cute, and they come in like different colorways as well, like color patterns. But a fox and a Shiba Inu, those are two pets that I've always wanted to have and will eventually get one day.
Even though it'd be hard and probably not a really good idea, I always actually wanted a bat.
Yeah, they're so cute.
There's
or a sugar glider. A bat or a sugar glider, or both.
Somebody offered me a sugar glider before but I don't know enough. I didn't know enough about them to properly take care of it.
The way I understand it, they're not easy to raise. I'm not sure.
Well, I had a friend that I worked with when I worked at the movie theater that her mom actually bred them, and so she would come to work with one chilling in her pocket, and like I got to interact with them, and like they were really chill.
Okay.
But I don't know, how much work went into getting that, or but her name was Rhiannon, and she always had a sugar glider with her.
From my understanding, they're fairly docile animals. It's just I don't know enough about them to give them a proper home. That's all.
Yeah, and it's always like important to make sure that any animal you take in, you are equipped to care for.
Always research your animal before you get it.
Which is why, my son wanted guinea pigs, and my sister got him a guinea pig, and I was still, doing research on them. But I mean, I knew I'd had hamsters before, which are pretty similar as far as, care requirements. I just knew that the guinea pigs needed more fresh fruit and veg in
Vitamin
their diet.
C. Don't forget the vitamin C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I didn't know, and I had missed it in my initial research because I was researching their dietary and housing requirements. I didn't see at first that it's not recommended to have just one, that it's recommended to have two. So we had the one, and then the very next day I went and got a second one from the same place. So they were from the same litter, basically.
Okay.
And so we have two because they are a herd animal, and they need to have at least one other guinea pig with them, otherwise they
Yeah.
will not thrive.
I used to actually breed them back in the day, and we had this pet store he worked with. So we'd breed them. We'd bring in most of the babies to him, and we'd keep maybe one or two of the ones that we liked best, and he'd get like a new male in. We'd get the male, and just kept going like that.
Yeah, both of the ones I have are males.
And we had like 3 or 4 cages set up for the guinea pigs too, so we could separate them out if we needed to. For like when we had one pregnant one, we just put that one isolated by ourselves so she wouldn't be messed with by anything else at the time, and that worked pretty well.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's the same thing like if you're breeding some fish, you have to have a special net that allows the babies out and like the mother to not get out, because the mother could turn around and eat the babies.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the platies I had, I shouldn't be speaking of them in past tense. They're not all dead yet. I got really lucky where some of them were not eaten by the parents, and then I had the box of water with probably 50 of them in there.
I had a really neat experience with platies with my big. I have this big, I think 55, 60-gallon tank.
Oh boy!
And had a bunch of plants in there, and I ended up managing to get miniature platies.
Okay then.
They were only about the size of a guppy, maybe a little bit smaller.
Okay.
And it was so neat because it was like almost evolution in action watching this. Unfortunately, the light died on the tank, and everything died in the tank.
I can't believe that. I think there are still a few. Yeah, I see them swimming around. I should turn the damn light on. But I've got platies and neons in there. I think they need. There we go. I think they need some lunch.
Well, all I see is you feeding your space shuttle there.
There you go. Yeah. Now I need to change out the water, and I'll have to do that very slowly. And they need some dinner. They've been eating the algae in there most of the time. Actually, I'm amazed I have this many of them in there. Oh God! But I'll change out a gallon at a time, and God, this thing, it's really gone to hell in the last couple of months when I haven't been able to do anything.
I mean, it doesn't take long for a fish tank to kind of go to hell if you can't upkeep it. I remember when I was a kid, we had fish a few times, and my dad at one point had a saltwater aquarium, and the upkeep on that was
yes.
The loss of that light was really bugged me because I had that thing at to the point where it was basically self-sustaining.
Okay.
So I didn't really have to do much of anything to take care of that tank, and just turn the light on in the morning and turn it off at night. It's just.
So this is what I mean by if I don't burn it, the thread it's a bonded, like twisted polyester thread, but this is the thread here, and it can unwind if I don't if I don't seal off the ends.
So it's more
With
like
wire.
it's like a cable rather than a wire. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's still a thread. It's just a bonded polyester thread. So, like, you
Yeah.
can melt it with fire. And
Fill it
if
with
you
fire.
do that, yeah, if you do that on the ends, it will, make sure that it does not come unfrayed. Whereas this is just a regular sewing thread, just a tiny, your standard sewing thread. It's a thick boy thread. It's a lot heavier duty. Like, just for comparison, what happened to the thread that I just had?
You broke it.
No, I dropped it. Oh, here it is. All right. What I'll do is I will lay them side by side so you can see the difference. The top one is the bonded polyester thread, and the bottom one is the, all-purpose sewing thread.
Mm-hmm.
So I use the bottom one in the bobbin, which is the one that comes from the underside of the machine, and then the top one goes through the needle in the top of the machine. And it basically, creates a sturdier stitch by using a heavier duty thread, but that heavy thread does not like feeding from the bottom. So the bobbin prefers thinner thread. The only time you can get away with a thicker thread is if you're using elastic thread, which that's what you do if you're going to do any ruching, which is, if you've ever seen those like tube tops where they're like this small but then they stretch out to this far.
Right.
That's made through ruching, where you use a regular thread in the top, and in the bottom you use an elastic thread. And I actually have some right here. And it is an elastic thread. And what it does is, as it sews through, this is the one in the bobbin, and it shrinks everything down so that the garment you're making, you have to make it like 1.5 to 2 times wider than your actual measurements will be. But then, because it will shrink down to like half of what your measurement is, but it will then stretch out. So it allows you to make a really nice fitted garment without it actually being fitted, because the elastic gives you a lot of wiggle room. Yeah, it's fun and fascinating and interesting, all the things that you can learn from sewing. There was
purple. Cord is to thread as cable is to wire. Yeah.
My son's over there just building random things with his Lego on his Feel Better mattress.
Moo.
He's like, "Hey, Mom, I made a dog. It has a neck." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it needs some legs." So. I think it needs legs too.
Oh my! If nobody minds, I think I'm going to start to wrap it up at the top of the hour.
Don't mind at all.
Yeah, you can wrap it up at any time. Like I said, I'm just here to keep you company.
We've got a few minutes to go yet. So, any last words? What you guys doing?
I'm just, like, it's taking me forever to make this simple thing just because I'm just so tired and I'm in pain. So I just keep, like, having to stretch out.
Yeah, maybe you could use some stretch time, too, as far as that goes. Because that's what's happening here. I'll stretch out on the mattress, and then I'll put away the laundry I did last night.
Well, I could show you how I stretch my back after sitting for a while, but it might be hard to do verbally.
Moo.
Basically, like put your shoulders up to your ears and just kind of slowly rotate backwards.
Okay.
So you
I
basically
think-
like you're massaging your back with your shoulder
Yeah.
blades. And you can do it both ways.
I guess what I have to do is I have to call the clinics to see if I can get an appointment. So I guess that's something I'll have to try to do tomorrow. I've got the orders, the referrals. So if they want to see it, I can take it to them or send it to them or whatever is involved. And
one thing, reason why I know all this stuff is my mom was a masseuse.
Okay.
Yeah, she had a massage table, and she actually go to rich people's houses and give them massages for stuff. And then my grandmother got into it. My aunt got into it. So I think one of my uncles got into it.
Sounds like moo.
Yep. So I just kind of picked this stuff up, because my whole life is, she was like that. She was working that job, so.
Pays the bills, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had friends that went through massage therapy school, and they had to rack up like 100+ hours of massages, and so like I definitely got to benefit from that. I got lots of free massages.
All right.
Yeah, I would get massages too. And, like apparently when I was like really an infant, I didn't really like having my feet touched because I had like a bunch of needles and craps shoved in my feet when I was first born.
Okay.
Mm.
So my mom would just massage my feet every night and get me used to that. Still puts me right to sleep now, even today.
No. That's sweet.
I'm kind of frightened of anybody touching up in the neck there, unless they really absolutely know what they're doing. Because I'm bone on bone up here, and I'm afraid somebody who doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want somebody who knows what they're doing up there.
Yeah, I can imagine that I might easily get paralyzed if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I suppose you could do is try and take like your index finger from your right hand and your small finger from your left hand and put them together, and then you can massage your neck that way. So you have your hands in alternating positions.
Okay, yeah.
It massages your entire neck that way. That was a little trick that my dad came up with, and my mom actually used it on her customers.
One thing that helps me a tiny bit is just steady pressure from, say, 2 fingers, and then I'll go to the back of the neck, and then, where the, I guess you've got 2 ligaments or something, one on either side of the neck, and I'll go right between them and put steady pressure on the cervical spine. And that helps a little bit.
So that's right about where your neck pain is. All right.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as I say, the discs are gone, so it's bone on bone.
I'm gonna try just like 1 notch below that. Probably be a good spot for you.
Okay.
Like right where the muscle is on the neck.
Okay. And then the other thing going on, I don't know how much of this is involved. I forget what the exact anatomy is, but just below where I was demonstrating putting the pressure, there's a big lump. And
probably
I have permanent knots in my shoulders.
Yeah, that's probably the herniated disc.
yeah, it seems that the big lump is right at the top of the thoracic spine.
Yeah, my spine's fucked up at L5S1.
Yeah,
And my shoulder's fucked up, and then I have my nerve condition, my RSD. So like I'm just fucking a mess.
Yeah, I'm amazed that my lumbar spine has not been giving me problems, because that was the first to give me problems back when I was, like 23 years old. Um, but it's been nice to me lately. So yeah, just watch. It's gonna go to hell.
Yeah,
As I'm
because we
speaking.
can't have nice things around here.
Not a thing.
But that whole thing where you're putting your shoulder up to your ears and rotating backwards, that might help with you, Kitty, since that helps that upper back area and neck.
Yeah.
You say that you get like a burning sensation there sometimes from sitting a long time.
Yeah, well, the burning sensation for me is mostly from the RSD. Like, that's just always burning in the affected area. But I do get like that sciatic burning in my lower back, where I have the problem at L5S1. So the bottom of my lumbar, like right where your lumbar spine meets your sacral vertebra, like
Right.
that's my problem area for my back.
That's one of my herniated lumbar discs.
Yeah, I have a bulging disc there.
I'm trying to think. L4, L5, L5S1. And then when I had them, there were also, I think it was C5, C6, C6, C7. And I think C4, C5, I think.
I don't know which one it is, but somewhere in my middle of my back was where they had the scoliosis.
Daju korostu.
I used to know which one it was, and I don't even remember exactly what direction it curves in anymore. All I know is I can feel it starting to get sore if I don't do the exercises I'm supposed to after a few days.
God, land on your feet from a 73-foot fall. Jeez.
That would destroy
Yeah, that had
your
to be
legs and
destructicated.
spine.
Though interestingly enough, I would think I was going to have some issues with my back being sore from using that scythe, because there's a lot of rotation is in the back and the hips.
Yeah.
Not
All right,
in the
let's show
arm.
it off.
But
He put legs on the dog.
All right.
Awesome.
And it's a
But interestingly enough, using the scythe actually makes my back feel better. So that rotation actually helps. I thought that was interesting. I would expected the opposite to be true,
Yeah.
Mom, I think I got Shada.
You named it Shada? Okay.
Shada is it?
Shada it is. That's a perfectly wonderful name for a dog. I'm always telling him, to name his things like his stuffed animals, or because he started naming things. So then I'll ask him, all right, well, what's this thing's name, or what's that thing's name? Like, because our car, he named the car Bub-Eyes. The car is named Bub-Eyes. It's Bub-Eyes the car.
Okay.
And to this day, that's what we call the car, is Bub-Eyes. He's so stinking cute.
Oh no! Seeing a report, Nichelle Nichols died.
Nichelle Nichols died?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Double check this.
I know that she
was getting older.
89, she died.
Yeah, I know she wasn't doing too well.
Died yesterday.
Oh my.
Rest in peace.
Oh crap.
Yeah, because she was.
Nobody lives forever, though.
She was suffering dementia.
Yeah.
I mean, she made fucking history, and she was a wonderful advocate for, being a decent human being.
Yeah.
Yeah, was Martin Luther King said, "No, you stay on that show. We need
yes,
somebody
absolutely,
like you."
Yes. And I was impressed that she sang with Duke Ellington for a good period. Nichelle Nichols was Lieutenant Uhura from the original Star Trek series.
Oh, boy, that sucks.
Why couldn't it have been Shatner that went first? I mean, fuck.
Yeah, you would
Yeah,
think,
looks like he's going to be the last one.
you would think you would have gone before. I mean, he is older, and men do tend to die sooner, on average. So
Shatner.
he's I think 91.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's just see on the egg
But
thing.
Nimoy,
22 March 1931 he was born.
yeah, like, I mean,
Hmm.
Nimoy was pretty old too when he went. But
Yeah.
like, I would have thought Shatner would have gone after Nimoy and before Nichelle Nichols. Like George Takei though. Oh man, it's gonna suck when he's gone too.
I don't have as much hatred for Shatner as some people apparently do.
I have no idea who you'd be talking about.
Well, I'm not just talking about Kate.
Oh my. Takei is a baby. He was born 20 April 1937.
Yeah. It's actually, if I remember correctly, he's actually slightly younger than guy who played Chekhov. What's his name?
Walter Koenig.
Yeah, Walter Koenig.
Yeah, he already died though, didn't he?
No.
I
Oh, I
didn't
thought he
think
did.
so.
I
Hang
thought he
on.
did. Or no, I'm thinking of Chekhov from the new show. Or
Yeah,
the new Star Wars that died.
Yeah, it was he got it was a.
Oh,
what was it?
jeez. Koenig is actually older than Takei. Koenig
Yeah.
was born 14 September 36.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And these people were born fucking, what, 50 years before me? I was born in 86.
Okay, then. Oh, okay, then I was born 30 years before you. I was born in 57.
Yeah, see? You're old enough to be my mom.
There you go.
You can be my internet mom.
All
Gigi
right.
has already been adopted as my internet grandma
Okay.
and as my son's internet great grandma. Like, I mean, Godless Granny, like, she even made this for me. It's way too hot to wear right now, obviously. But it's a little hat and scarf, and it's got, like, little mittens on the end, like, you can put your hands in to keep them warm. And it's so great when
Jeez, all right.
for, like, the one weekend a year that it gets cold enough in Florida to actually need, like, something like that. But I love it. But yeah, no, Kelly's great, and she's my adopted grandma.
Jeez, first, all these greats keep dying lately.
Like, I was devastated when Bowie died. Not gonna lie.
Okay, then.
I love David Bowie. Like, like, I think it goes back to Labyrinth, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
I wanted to be the Goblin Queen. Like, Jareth could kidnap me any day.
He was a cutie. You have to
And
say
my
that.
fucking partner, like, his first crush was Jennifer Connelly. Same movie, Labyrinth, you know, like, we both had, you know, crushes on actors in that. I mean, not gonna lie, like, I like Jennifer Connelly a lot too. She's very attractive, but I just didn't like her character as much, you know? It's like, maybe because I would have made a different choice. I would have been like, yeah, send Toby back to the human world and I'll stay here. You know, like, that's fine. So, like, admittedly, I'm a little
I think the celebrity
biased.
the celebrity I got upset at dying of was Stan Lee.
Yeah, that one too. And like, I'm wondering if they're going to still do his cameos, like if they're going to use,
I have heard that they were thinking about putting CGing him in.
I don't
to-
think he would mind. I
I
don't,
don't. He probably wouldn't mind. But
because
then
like
again,
it's a
but
staple.
on the other hand, we had some pretty shitty people just wheeling him out and exploiting him too. So those are probably the people who might be getting that money.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I would be happy to see his cameos resume. Kind of like how they did Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, where they essentially had a body double, and then they used a combination of the live actor, and like digital After Effects to basically make him look like a young Mark Hamill.
If they were going to do anything with him, I think they should have him transform into the Watcher.
Honestly, I do like that is my head canon that Stan Lee is a Watcher.
Well, it's not. It's actually. I think that was actually confirmed, if I remember correctly.
I don't know that it was confirmed, but I could be wrong. I might have missed it. And it's like, oh, he just wasn't in, like, because I don't think he showed up in Multiverse of Madness.
Guardians of the Galaxy, he's sitting there talking to the other Watchers. I think it was in the second Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay, I don't remember that, but it's possible I could have missed it. Guardians of the Galaxy were like my least favorite of the MCU films, just because I'm not a huge fan of Chris Pratt. I don't like him as a person, and I don't really like him as an actor.
Yeah, I like him as an actor. I don't really give a damn about.
He is
how
still
he
the
as a
worst
person.
Chris. Out of
Well-
Chris Pine, Chris Pratt, Chris Hemsworth, and Chris.
Well, yeah, I mean, he
Evans.
let Thanos be able to get the snap in, so of course he's the worst.
Yeah, but he's definitely the worst Chris.
Oh, boy, Jimmy. Oh, well, let's see what we've got going here, and let's see where we're going to go. If nobody minds, I'm going to kind of roll this stuff up and...
Well, yeah, you'd said you were going to wrap it up at the top of the hour, and that was almost 15
Yeah,
minutes.
Yeah,
so-
tie it up in butcher
12
string. So I'll tell you, I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You people keep me going, and I hate you for it.
Oh, you know you love us, Guy.
Oh my! But I thank everybody really and truly for all of this. It's as long as you guys keep liking this, as long as you keep coming back, and as long as I'm alive to do it, I guess I'm just going to have to keep doing it. So I hope you don't mind. And if you've got the inclination, if you've got the wherewithal, I wouldn't mind you guys throwing me $1 or $2 on Patreon. Get me back and forth to places I've got to get back and forth to.
Dialysis.
Dialysis, not the least of them. And yeah, that's the unfortunate thing anymore, because I used to like walking wherever I went. I used to like taking the bus. So far, maybe if I can change things in the future, but I can't even walk to the bus stop anymore. It's horrible. When the neck starts hurting, you just can't walk. And believe it or not, the neck is connected to the feet. As I say, if you don't mind, as long as you have it, and as long as you don't mind doing it. And
Yes.
in the meantime, be good and have fun. And I will say unto you, Domini Sancti, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Absolutely.